up, everybody?
We're live.
Hey.
The babies of Sarnetta.
We're playing the music.
The greatness of Sarnetta, the HOK, the House of Consciousness, and the trailblazing work by the one and only Sarnetta. And I told Sarnetta, because we your babies, Sarnetta, because we your goddamn babies, we gonna be successful, bruh.
Stepped in this we go.
It's LV Europa. Whatever you do, make sure you do it in the toughest environment. Mac double. That's the only way we grow. Yo, roll call for them tough niggas who act inspiring. You can't hit the stage with my vets if you don't meet requirements. Heard you did all that work from the fifth to the first when I birthed your retirement. You hanging it up and it's still not enough in the toughest environment. Toughest environment, niggas will spit till they vomiting. Toughest environment, niggas will bring the piranhas in. Toughest environment, better be talking to scholarship. Toughest environment. Who the toughest? Who the strongest? Who the smartest? Hitting the stage, PowerPoint, and I'm going through papers regardless. Listen up, got a point to prove, but I'm moving on, cause you niggas retarded. Toughest environment, only up make you a target. You don't want that smoke, she Jabari last week, run down on the whole Christina class with the pop. Oh my gosh, I think you the GOAT, no rigmarole. Still take total control, just put my shit at the top of the post. For toughest environment. Listen, just get it, I'm still Pastor Bennett, I work every minute, and maybe I'm on with Chris and his thoughts, and I thought you should know that this ain't a scrimmage. And I'm shaping you right, molding you tight to be in the image of toughest environment. Yo, roll call for them tough niggas who act inspiring. You can't hit the stage with my vets if you don't meet requirements. Heard you did all that work from the fifth to the first when I birthed your retirement. You hanging it up and it's still not enough in the toughest environment. Toughest environment, niggas will spit till they vomiting. Toughest environment, niggas will bring the piranhas in. Toughest environment, better be talking to scholarship. Toughest environment. I'm sure we can work this out, just get in the ring. You better be Zion Lexa, this vessel, divine prospect when he doing his thing. Or Captain Tazari, out there, cross that line, I get away clean. Or Ali Muhammad, so valid, still got me up on my ding. All of it brought together because of the studio. Stop acting like y'all could have been doing that cause you didn't do it though. And I watch them lions get ran out of the den and shit'll get crucial. Who you know take the whole damn stage and turn that shit to a musical. Stay in your cubicle. The environment's tough, don't wire me up, I'm calling your bluff. I'm running it back and I'm running it back like it's never enough. Got them diamonds in the rough, and we can't get to every treasure, but you gotta help me dig it up. But to me it's like whatever. Yo, roll call for them tough niggas who act inspiring. You can't hit the stage with my vets if you don't meet requirements. Heard you did all that work from the fifth to the first when I birthed your retirement. You hanging it up and it's still not enough in the toughest environment. Toughest environment, niggas will spit till they vomiting. Toughest environment, niggas will bring the piranhas in. Toughest environment, better be talking to scholarship. Toughest environment.
Peace. Assalamu alaikum. Shalom. Hotep. Namaste. Jambo. Ashe. All the greetings of love and light to the HOK, to the darkest minds of the light. I am Napasha. Come on in. You know the drill. We got another smoke session, but this is also going to be a great teaching moment. We have DJGenesis in here, who is an African spiritualist and practitioner, a Ifa priestess, and she's going to respond to some of the ridiculous claims that we heard yesterday. It was a great show yesterday, but the whole, African spirituality is evil, compared to the Bible. Kind of a call out to my wonderful, loving, amazing brothers and sisters in the Israelite community. But I do, Genesis is concerned because she does want to set the record straight about African spirituality. So come on in. I have the show introducing it on the House of Consciousness. Y'all know how it goes. Come over here. You should already be subscribed and get the notifications on the HOK Coliseum. But if not, no worries. If you need time, I'm going to be ending the show on House of Consciousness in a few minutes. You can come over here and continue watching on the HOK Coliseum. Genesis is always also streaming this on her channel, DJGenesis. I'm streaming it on my channel, which is in the HOK platform, Napasha Da, the Rise channel, but all the smoke is right here in the Coliseum. So without further ado, by the way, hit the like button and don't forget to hit the link. I love the panels lately. They're great. People come in with their different thought. They get it in. We don't have any soft shells or anybody who's sensitive. I like all the warriors and the titans and the debaters. So come in. But let's let Genesis do her presentation. Thank you for letting me do that long intro, Genesis. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm sorry I missed the show yesterday because I was actually finishing up my own show that we did that was really good, and I hope that people do check it out. It's called, what was it? Can anybody use the word tether? So if you guys get a chance at DJGenesis Detroit, go check that out. Napa and I did that show as well. So.
Yeah, that was awesome. Who's blocked on the Coliseum? De Black? That's weird because I know I didn't block you, but I'll check into that. I will look for you on that. If you didn't do anything to offend anybody, which I think I remember your name, De Black. That's weird. I think, is this Dead Blacks? Because you're a supporter and a donator, so that's crazy that you're blocked. I'm going to work on that. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, someone asked this question. What's her lineage and who initiated her? So that's a great question. Genesis, I do want you to, like I said, educate and let people know about Ifa. But in general, I want you to make sure you speak on the comment about basically African spirituality being evil. That came out of my brother's mouth. Gideon, you're going to have to get up in here and defend your position if you have time. It's you and Genesis. I don't have a pony in this race. And of course, I don't know if Yara is okay. I whipped his butt pretty badly yesterday, so he might still be in recovery. But if not, Black Sage, you can hit the link and address Genesis as well. All right. So Genesis, can you answer that question and also let us know, is African spirituality, is it evil?
Well, I want to just give a little 2 minute, like a 1 to 2 minute really quick introduction before I get into that. And I just want to really break this down, okay? I want to slow down because a lot of what people think they know about African spirituality didn't come from Africans. It came from colonial Christianity. When people hear words like Ifa, voodoo, or African spirituality, the reflex is often, that's pagan, that's demonic, that's evil. But let's be clear, evil is a moral category, not a cultural one. And it's usually assigned by whoever holds power. Okay, so the word pagan isn't African. It's not an African word. It's a Roman Christian label that meant not Christian, or the countryman, or you're not like us, right? And when Christianity went global through empire, anything outside of it wasn't just labeled wrong. It was labeled dangerous. It was labeled wicked. People were labeled, they were considered to be, what's the word? They were, I forget what the word is. Those people were savages, right? And that's how you justify erasing people's knowledge systems while claiming you're saving their soul, okay? So I'm saving them. We got to save these savage people, right? Now, here's the part that really matters. If Ifa, for example, is not about chaos or demons or worshiping evil forces, it's about Iwa, character. Iwa is the Yoruba word for character, truthfulness, balance, responsibility. It's a system that literally punishes arrogance and selfishness and abuse of power. If that's evil, then we need to redefine the word of evil, okay? African spiritual systems do not teach you to escape the world. They teach you how to live well in it. They don't teach you to dominate over people, dominate nature. They teach you to stay in right relationship with it, to be balanced, iwapele, good character, balance. They don't teach you to blind faith. They teach discernment, accountability, and consequence. And here's the uncomfortable truth. African spirituality was not called evil because it was immoral. It was called evil because it couldn't be controlled. It didn't require a European priest, a foreign language, or an external authority to access wisdom or God. God was something that we understood, without someone else telling us who God was. So tonight, I'm not here to convert anybody. I'm here to challenge the framing, because once we stop confusing colonization with salvation, we can finally have an honest conversation about what Ifa actually is and why systems rooted in African autonomy, were always a threat to the empire of Christianity, of that entire rule of the Roman Catholic Church, etc. And for those that want to know my lineage, I was initiated in Cuba by the Oreste family. Baba Oreste was my Baba Lao here in Dallas, Texas. May he rest in peace. And I was initiated by his nephew and his family in Cuba. And
Are you okay? You there?
Yeah.
Kind of went quiet.
Oh yeah, that was my statement. I just wanted to make
that was a great opening. I loved it. And now, so can you make sure you stay? If I know you, when you talk about colonizer, and compare it if you can, as you teach, compare it to the Bible and what you know. I mean, you don't have to be a Bible expert. I obviously, people know my position about the Bible. I love the Bible. I subscribe to a lot of the teachings. Well, the Gospels. But I want you to don't hold back. When someone challenges you and they come from that colonizer position and say, well, African spirituality is evil, but my Bible, right. it's the way. So can you address that as you teach about African spirituality?
Sure, definitely. So we're going to call African spirituality evil, then we have to be consistent with the Bible itself. Okay? All right, Jesus in Matthew 7:16 says, you will know them by their fruits, not by their names, not by whether they're familiar, but by their fruits. If a system teaches honesty, humility, responsibility, care for community, respect for life, then by Jesus' own words, its fruits isn't evil. In Acts 7:26 through 28, Paul said, God made all nations and that people would seek him and perhaps feel their way towards him. That means God didn't wait for Europe to reveal himself to humanity. And Romans 2:14 through 15 says that even people without the law can do by nature what the law requires because the law is written on their hearts. So
I gotta drop them. I gotta drop the bombs. You are coming out swinging. Go ahead, finish up.
Like biblically speaking, morality, wisdom, and accountability didn't start with Christianity, and God was never absent from Africa. So we say otherwise, we're not defending the Bible, we're adding to it. You know what I'm saying? Why Christians struggle to rebut this? Let's talk about this, okay? Because Jesus, Paul, and the Romans, you know what I'm saying? Bottom line.
Yeah, perfect. So you're using against these people who say, oh, that's evil, that's wicked. You're using their scriptures or these scriptures to prove that it's hypocritical to call the system that you subscribe to, that you follow, the spiritual system, which again, we want to hear more about Ifa. You're saying, okay, well, your Bible says differently. Right?
Pretty much. And then when people want to say that voodoo is practicing human sacrifice and all kind of, human cannibalism and all this other, there were different cultures that had human sacrifice. Let's even including Christianity. Let's stop with the nonsense, but as far as eating humans and doing all that other stuff, that is not anywhere in anything that we practice. So when people want to bring that stuff up, all that stuff is coming from the colonizers' concept. When they came into Africa and saw these people worshiping, they made them seem like they were just savages with a bunch of skulls around them and and throwing people down wells and all this other stuff. And they had to come and heal the savage. But they came in, they didn't come in healing. They came in with machete, with muskets and came in, and it wasn't even about trying to heal them. It was about getting control over that area and that land, and then those people then became slaves. So as much as people, that whole structure is really based on colonialism, and it blurred the lines of true understanding of African spirituality.
So can you tell us what is the difference between the Orishas and the Lawaz? Orishas are Yoruba, right? They're Ifa.
Well, the Orisha have a similar thing in practice that the word of the Loa, but like when you talk about Ifa, so the difference between Ifa is okay. Ifa is a knowledge system based on divination. Voodoo is a religion. It's a ritual system. And then you go into other African spirituality, like South African systems, that's more about ancestral cosmology. Okay, so the primary focus in Ifa is destiny, wisdom, ethics. Voodoo is more like spiritual relationships. And then when you go into like the Ubuntu or South African whole aspect is ancestors and healing. The Odu Ifa has 256 as a corpus of knowledge and wisdom. In Voodoo, you have a pantheon of Voodoo Loa, okay? And then in South Africa, you have a lineage and ancestral authority, you know? Then again, here we go. We go into divination, right? So in Ifa, it's highly codified and mathematical. In Voodoo, it's more spirit mediated. So it's like more based on the spirit and things like that. You go into South Africa, bones, dreams, even certain illnesses are ways that they are able to divine. Possession in Ifa is rare but controlled. Voodoo is a central part of their religion, and then in South African, it's an occasional thing. And certain people I know in all of those things, in most of those religions, are the ones that actually get possessed. Everyone is not capable of getting possessed. You know, just like in the church, everybody can't get the Holy Spirit. You know, while everybody else is feeling the Holy Spirit jumping around in church when the drums hit, everybody don't have that spirit hit them and they are able to speak in tongues and jump around a church, you know, do all that thing, same thing. But it's more of a class of people in African spirituality that are open to possession.
Okay,
right?
well, I'm glad you brought that up because, not to stop your flow, but that is what our brother Gideon was saying yesterday when he got more specific about the wicked part or the evil part. He was saying that he knows something about that, how the spirit talked to us about that type of possession and how it happens. And he was saying that that spirit could actually harm someone in that particular ritual. So can you speak to the audience about that? And I'm about to end the stream. Excuse me, Genesis, I'm sorry. I'm about to end the stream on House of Consciousness. So come over to the HOK Coliseum if you want to continue listening to this. All right, go ahead.
See, here's the thing. That spirit also, so in Christianity, people get possessed in Christianity too. By God, right? God possessed people. And then and in certain instances, people died from, or it was not, people got hurt from even God possessing them. I'm trying to find the actual scripture where God possessed a person. And hold on, let me find that scripture about God possessing a person. Hold on, because
yeah,
possession
I want to bring that up. Go ahead. Sorry, what were you saying?
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up first.
Okay, while she's looking that up, everyone, this is very interesting. You know, again, I'm really neutral on this build. Of course, everybody, including me, I have my stance. But after yesterday, I'm moving back into moderator mode. Last night, it was great, but I jumped in. So I'm just letting you know, I'm not going to be up here. Humble entered, peace, humble, come on in. Definitely. I'm not going to be up here really going into the conversation so much, but I do appreciate you all coming in to talk with her. This is great. I'm ending the stream. And come in if you agree with her. If you don't agree with her, come in and speak to her about the hypocrisy that she's saying. Her position is Christians, Israelites, you're hypocritical, because even she's saying, from what I know from her, there's even more so-called Christianity, and the tenets of Christianity match African spirituality more than Christian spirituality. So yeah, peace, humble. What would you like to add?
Peace and blessings, Sister Nepal. Peace and blessings, Sister Genesis.
Thanks for joining.
I would just like Sister Genesis to if she had the ability to break down the difference in Western African spirituality, right? Like voodoo and the Oshun and Orishas, compared to the Haitian spirituality that they have accustomed and they have adopted. If she had the ability to speak on that topic, I would like to hear her points of views on that.
I think that there is a market difference. I think that the system changed dramatically once it got over to America, just like even with Ifa and the Orisha. Once the Bible got involved, people had to hide their traditions, and certain even Loa got like kind of they what is it called, where you syncretize them with the states in the Bible to hide them. So then you had like certain mixture of practices that like kind of like would come into it, just like even with in Cuba, even when you get initiated, you have to go to the Catholic Church and learn about the different saints, in the Catholic Church and how they syncretize, with the Orisha. Now, I did not get initiated into Haitian Buddhism, so I don't want to misspeak, but I think that is one of the market differences, is that through the slave trade, some things some practices had to change a lot because of you're not in the same place. You don't have the same items and things like that they had in Africa. So you had to interchange things, based on the location where you are. Certain animals didn't exist in America, in Haiti that existed there. So people had to kind of, do with what they had, do the best with what they had. So it kind of developed its own kind of,
specifically, if I may, sister, specifically the Judeo-Christian aspect of voodoo. Do you see a lot of that in your particular practice?
You know what? I'll say this is that they're 10% Christian and like 90% Ifa or Orisha. So they let you know that this is the history, but the practice, they're not calling on the Saint Mary. They're calling on Oshun. They're calling on the Orisha. They're not calling on the angels and the archangels.
Right.
So, but they had to hide it because it was illegal.
Right.
So that's pretty much where the Christian thing came in. And if you actually go to a lot of like these holiness churches, I mean, it's pretty much the same. Like when the Spirit comes down, the Holy Spirit, it's the same exact thing of the Spirit coming down when a person is like when the Orisha comes down. Well, you call it the Holy Spirit, but the only difference is that in Christianity, people will be speaking in tongues, and you don't know what the heck is going on. Somebody's supposed to be there to interpret the tongue. When you go to an Ifa ceremony or a Orisha ceremony, when the Spirit comes down, they speak to the people. And a lot of times they diagnose illness. They'll tell you if there's something wrong. So say Oshun comes down. When Oshun comes down to a person, they will eventually sit her down, and she might say something like, "Hey, you got to do this." It's like it becomes an actual thing where the spirit embodies the person and then begins to diagnose illnesses within the community or problems within the community.
Right. Are you taught in your tradition, by your teachers, that any of the Hebrew Israelite teachings that people accumulate later through the Bible was already a part of y'all traditions, like the Hebrew Israelites try to claim?
No, we don't hear nothing about no. I mean, it's its own thing. When you're initiated, and the thing we don't not really. It's very separated, but more and more people are beginning to see the similarities and beginning to talk about it.
Right. So they see, and that's very similar to what we seen the people do back in the day, right? Where they go over in Africa and they say, "Oh, snaps, we see these people have similar, or the practices look a little similar to over here." So they appropriate those cultures and blend them together. And I feel as though that's a great mistake that these Hebrew Israelite people do when they, definitely dealing with this 12 tribe chart thing, right? When they go out and they say, oh, snaps, look, we could read about this in the Bible, and here's a real culture out here that actually do this, so that must be this lost tribe. I feel like they're greatly misleading the people. And definitely if the people themselves don't teach about this, right? So for an example, the Hebrew Israelites will speak about the Haitians, or they'll even sometimes speak about the West Africans, right? And they'll speak about them in a manner as we were the same people. These people were Hebrew Israelite people who just had a different tradition back in the day. And I think for the people who do that, they're making very fallacious statements and they're being very disingenuous. And I'm glad, Sister Genesis, that you're here to clarify a lot of those myths that's been spoken by a lot of these guys.
See, here's the thing. It took a white person in Africa to resurrect the Oshun Grove.
Mm-hmm.
Due to colonialism, this whole thing, it was just a dump. But she actually went over there and with I think it was from UNESCO, was able to like get the money to actually re-beautify it. And then the culture was being brought back up. And actually, African Americans and Cubans were the one that kind of kept it alive. Africa still had a small faction of people that were still practicing, but it was actually people in America and in Cuba that actually was kind of pushing and keeping the Ifa going the way, at least the way it is now.
Right. Sister Genesis, are you familiar with Professor James Smalls?
Yes.
Okay.
He's an Oya. His head is Oya, just like mine.
Okay. Are you familiar with how he connect the Yoruba tradition and how he say is similar to those practices over there in the land of Kemet?
I haven't heard him say it, but I've heard others say it. Yeah.
Okay. Because if you have, I was just going to ask you to break that down a little bit for us.
I would say this is that, when I did ask some people that were Yoruba, some of them would say that they came from the Nile Valley, that they actually migrated into West Africa, into that Ile Ife. That initially they were part of the Nile Valley civilization. So it would not be far-fetched that these were the priests of the Nile Valley civilization. And even if you actually look to like some of the Odu Ifa scriptures, if the Babalawo, they will tell you that there's actually a thing called Yewosun that they thought is actually a depiction of Jesus. And in the Ifa corpus, Yewosun is actually Jesus is actually visited by a Babalawo and actually told that he needed to become a Babalawo, and that was his destiny. And because he didn't do the initiation is the reason why he was actually that his situation befalled him. That's the story of Ifa.
Okay. What do y'all read from? What do y'all exclusive scriptures, if we can use that language? What do they hold? Like, what book do y'all read from?
So there is no book. There are people that have written certain Odus and put them into books. There's several books you can get. If you look up Odu Ifa, I think there's one book called Ifa, and it has the Odu in them. But for the most part, it's a closed practice, and only initiated people kind of get the stories, like the Babalawo. And normally a Babalawo is trained from a child to learn, because there's like, I don't even know how many like different scriptures, and each house like teaches a certain way of how to. And the scriptures are actually in song format.
Right.
That's how they're memorized. They're memorized just like you can remember Billie Jean. What they did was they passed the actual oral tradition down through song.
Right.
One moment, guys. Thank you so much. Everybody hit the like. This is great. I love the questioning that you're giving her. Thank you, Humble. I do see in the back, I wanted to just say, Demetrius, I think this is possibly a sister, Demetrius Gordon Sovereign. I do need you to turn on your camera so I can make sure that you are actually someone coming in to join. We just need that for security reasons. And it looks like you're not even connecting. So you might want to check your settings in StreamYard. So definitely come in. if you don't feel comfortable, I know Sonetter says, how come people don't have their camera on? But some people, because it's later, if you don't feel comfortable with your camera on, I'm okay with that. If you're a regular, I'll let you on with your camera off. But if you're new, you do have to turn on your camera backstage so I can see you. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, guys.
Thank you. We appreciate that, Sister Nepal. Sister Genesis, I would just like, are there any misconceptions you feel as though a lot of outsiders have on the Yoruba tradition or this type of tradition that you could clarify for us?
Yeah, one of the biggest thing is this whole thing about sacrifice, right? There's sacrifice in the Torah. There's sacrifice in various different religions, even in Islam. However, when we talk about that there's an animal sacrifice in Ifa, everyone gets all, ooh, you know what I'm saying? Also, same thing in voodoo and they're killing the animal, but all of us eat meat. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. Like, how do you think that meat? You think how they had to kill it? And the sacrifice is done, but there's usually a meal that's done for the community. You know, when I was initiated, the sacrifices everybody ate. when they got done with the entrails and everything was taken out, the blood was drained and we ate we ate it. So
did you hear that? Did you hear that, Humble? Remember yesterday we were talking about when it was brought up about the evil, how voodoo is so evil, and then I brought up that the priests eat the sacrifice.
Yes,
and that's even in the Torah. So I just want to mention sometimes they don't, and I want to ask you that, Genesis. Are there sometimes in your spiritual system that you're not allowed to eat the sacrifice?
That's normally if the person has an evil spirit on them, and that animal is used to remove that evil spirit from that person.
Wow, interesting. Very interesting. It's very similar to the Torah, even though a lot of Christians, they don't want to admit that. It's similar. Did you want to say something, Humble?
No, ma'am. Go ahead.
And another thing about eating the entrails, only certain people with a certain head or Orisha is able to eat the entrails of the animal, like heart and organs of an animal. Even certain animals are not supposed to be eaten by certain priests. And see, all these different, when they say Orisha, that means head or your owner of your head. It just is an archetype of a person. It's an archetype, a personality trait. So the Orisha are, one of the things that Orisha is an archetype. Another thing that Orisha are bodily functions, you know. And Ifa references Orisha when it comes down to diagnosis, to break down the person's head, their medical diagnosis, and also societal law, you know. And all these things, like I said, it's the macrocosm and the microcosm, you know. So a person and the community at large. And then the universe. So that's.
Can you give us a little background on some of the Orisha, and how they function, right? So some of us who are not familiar with the Orisha could grasp a better understanding, so to speak, right? So whereas though we can know if these are primordial forces, are these historical figures, are these deity like gods or things of that nature. So could you just give us a background on some of the Orisha?
Okay, so you have Obatala. Obatala is similar to I guess he would be considered to Yahweh, because he's the creator of mankind, right? Obatala is the person that breathes life into each human and gives, and before you come on this earth, tells you your destiny. So you're told everything that's going to happen to you before you get here. You just forget, you know, but that's where divination comes into play, to help you remember like what your destiny is. Right. The next thing is Oromila. Oromila is the great diviner. That is the person, like that is who is the Orisha over the Babalawos, and that's where you get Ifa, which is the word, the actual. So you have the creator, you have the word, and then so Oromila is the witness of fate. So he was there when Obatala told you what your fate would be. And then you come down on this earth and you're given a head Orisha which could be Oshun. Oshun is like would be like the river, honey, beauty, and then each Orisha has a good side and a bad side, and so you have also the vulture, and the whole story behind Oya, Oshun is that she's the most beautiful. She had given so much, and eventually, I think she tried to fly up to see to talk to Orumila, not Orumila, to speak to Oludumare, and then as she got higher up, her beautiful wings got burnt, and she looked like a vulture. So that you have like the duality of this beautiful peacock-like animal, then the vulture. So each Orisha has a good and a negative and positive, just like in all things,
Okay. Okay. How does
have Shango like a king, and also like war. He represents war. He represents the thunder. Oya, wind, lightning, the cemetery. Chaos versus wind and all this other. Also, you have Ogun. He represents iron, metal, technology. Also, he has a thing about something about the black dogs. He has something about those dogs. I think he eats dogs. Something. And then you have there's different. Eshu is Elegwa is the actual crossroads. Oh, also Ogun he actually opens the path. He opens the way. He's a warrior. Warrior. So you have your warriors. Elegwa, Ogun, and Ochosi, and Osun. Not Oshun, but Osun. And those are the first Orisha you get when you get your hand of E5. And you get your warriors first.
Got you.
Those are the things that kind of like stand up for you and help kind of like clear the path to make sure that you get to your destiny.
Got you.
Did you want to ask something, Humble?
I was just going to ask her, how does reincarnation play in your tradition?
Well, the way that it is that you are constantly reborn through your bloodline.
Through your bloodline, okay.
As long as you keep reproducing, you come down through your blood.
Okay.
So that's why they say, like, you can see a kid and be like, that looks like she's like grandma. This person reminds me of so and so. Your great grandma. It could be.
That most definitely.
So this person, excuse me, Humble. This person says on the screen, and please hit the like button. Where did I get it? Oh, Ogun loves dogs. Is that the one you said eats dogs?
Yeah, he loves dogs. Yes,
he does. So why would he eat them?
I don't know what the pataki is, but I know there's one pataki where he did.
Isn't there something now? I don't know about obviously Ifa, but there's a concept, a worshipful concept of eating your God. I forget something called Feiji. It escapes me, but it's about eating your God. Kind of like transubstantiation in Catholicism, where Jesus says, "Eat me if you want to, be a part of me." Is there something like that in Ifa?
No.
So there's nothing where they say there's an eating ritual or the gods like consume. How do you say? Not even just the gods, but when I hear the thing about him eating dogs and he loves dogs, is there any similar concept to like I eat it to be closer to it?
Well, no, I think it's more. I think that because Ogun can be a very volatile spirit, and I think he was angry or something, and he kind of like he ravaged the whole town, and it was a whole thing that happened because something he felt betrayed. It was a whole thing. I forget what I gotta go to the. Let me find the Pataki. But
you know what? That sounds so similar to the story of Sekhmet when she went raging because they the people like betrayed or disrespected Ra.
do this over here.
Have you know that story, Humble?
Sakmek and Ra.
Where she goes
Vaguely,
and just
very
starts
vaguely,
eating, killing everybody.
very vaguely. I've seen little mythological tales about it. I haven't read it in any papyrus, anything, nothing like that. I just want to, if I may, can I read this? What I just pulled up on my
Yeah.
phone.
Sure.
All right.
Go ahead.
So
And I wanted
this
to
is
say, Genesis, your chat is kind of wild. If you're gonna have them in here, I can't really block them. You won't be able to share
Let me
stream. You
let
have
me
some people in there very disrespectful to you, and I know they're not trying to play those games with me. I'll just cut them
you know what, it's
off.
crazy. This person I think he's in your thing too, but for some reason I banned.
No, that person is not in my stuff. I checked. You need to block that
This
person.
creative mindset guy. He's in yours
Don't
too.
even call the name out, but there's another one. There's two of them. I think it's the same person.
I banned him, and he's still able to say it. Must be some kind of a hack that he needs to do.
Yeah, I don't think he's that clever. It's just somebody continuing to make a bunch of accounts. And anyway, I'm saying if they want to be a part of the conversation and they don't agree, that's fine. But some of the stuff is getting out of hand. So I just wanted to say, get a hold of that if you can. That's kind of background stuff. But back to you, Humble. Yes, definitely. Let's get back on track. What information do you want to show?
all right. Well, instead of reading it, I could just play it if y'all can hear it. If y'all can hear it, if y'all can't
Sure.
hear it, let me know and I'll read it.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, play it if you'd like.
Point of discussion when people first learn about Ogun, the Orisha of iron, war, and labor. However, in the Yoruba tradition, this topic is more about symbolism and ancient history than modern practice. Here is a deeper look at the context behind this. 1. The symbolism of the dog. In the Ifa and Yoruba worldview, the dog is the animal most closely associated with Ogun. This isn't just about food. It's about the nature of the animal. The hunter dogs were the first animals to assist humans in hunting, which is Ogun's domain. Loyalty and protection. Ogun is the protector of the community. Dogs represent that same fierce loyalty. Intelligence. Dogs are seen as clever animals that can navigate the bush, just as Ogun carves paths through the wilderness. 2. Historical context versus modern practice. While traditional stories, patakis, and certain ancient rituals mention the sacrifice of a dog to Ogun, it is important to note regional differences. Not all lineages or regions of Yoruba land practice this. In many places, Ogun is offered a snail to cool his fiery temper, a rooster, or a ram, the cooling of Ogun.
So I played that. Excuse me. I played that just to note that while dogs were prominent offerings to Ogun, they wasn't the only animal sacrifice. The reason dogs were so prominent was because they were closely related to him. Thank you for that, sister.
And the story is Ogun ate Shango's dog, and I have that story here. I can play it. So, and Shango and Ogun are enemies.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. You want to play an audio? Genesis? So he did eat dogs.
Yes.
Interesting. And gross.
Yeah, they made it very important though that it wasn't majorly about the consumption of the dog. It was more about what the dog represented.
Right.
Right.
To
and
take
so
on that aspect then, right?
How Jesus spoke in parables, the Odu is telling an overarching story. It's telling a story about there's a deeper meaning to what it's not exactly literal,
Right.
PCP, I see you in the chat. Yeah, so when I hear you say, I'm not going to play what you're going to let me know when you're ready, Genesis, but I want to say to Humble and Genesis and everyone. So when I hear the thing about the dog and the characteristics related to actual consumption, that's what I'm saying about the different schools of thought where they're consume this particular animal or thing or person or God to take on the attributes. Not just to honor it. That's the concept I'm looking at.
No, people don't eat the dog. So for instance, say if you have a shrine up and a dog goes in and destroys your shrine, sometimes you would have to sacrifice that dog to Ogun.
Right. I understand where Sister Napai is coming from too. I know that in the Blackfoot Native American tradition, when they ate the buffalo, right, they ate the meat of the buffalo, they did believe that the buffalo meat gave them strength. So I see where
Spirit, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that's interesting that you say that, because that's exactly from like my mom and her people. They have that. I don't know about all Native Americans, but what you actually consume, it's similar to transubstantiation, but not exactly, because transubstantiation is exactly about Jesus and the Eucharist. But yeah, that concept, I'm just trying to see if there are other spiritual systems that match that particular concept of eat it and become it.
And become
I think, well, I don't know if it's become it, but I know that certain Orishas eat certain animals. Like you can't eat a ram. Like I can't even be in a room when a ram is sacrificed.
Why? Tell me.
I think it's because Oya. It's a story about Oya stealing something from Shango and stole the ram, and so now there's a whole thing. It's like I said, I don't know all the keys like that. So
that is very interesting. I want to hear more about that. Like you can't
Shango
even be
was her husband. She stole. So Shango had lightning and thunder, and Oya, his wife, stole lightning from Shango.
So wait, back to the part about the priest, though. I'm interested in how, because that reminds me of the spiritual system of the Torah sacrifice. No other people could be there besides the actual assigned priest, or they would die.
Right.
That sounds similar. So what do you mean by you can't? You mean as a priestess only?
There's a room, like when initiations happen in a room that only priests can go into. So, and only certain, depending on who's being initiated, only certain priests can go into that room during initiation. If God is being initiated, I can only go in there during certain times. I can't go in there during the whole thing, because Oya and Yemaya, they have a relationship that's not necessarily the best. So, because at one point, Yemaya was the owner of the cemetery, because the first cemetery is in the water.
Right. Okay.
No, I don't. I want you to talk to us more about that. Peace and Golo. I'm glad you're joining, because you're one of the people that I think would be really, Genesis would really benefit from speaking, having a dialogue with you. This is Ngolo. He is, he's, yesterday listening to him, he's very informed about voodoo, right? Is that correct, Ngolo? Peace.
Yeah, voodoo, Odinani, Isheshe. Comb, I'm not really that versed in. That's the people, Sante and Fonte, but yeah, those three mainly.
So back to you. If you want to ask her a question, you definitely can, Ngolo. But she was saying, I want you to talk about that, the cemetery in the sea, and back about the sacrifice. But Ngolo, did you have something that you want to add or ask her before she continues?
No, I wanted to just hear her out.
Okay, great. All right. So you said the first cemetery is in the sea. And then I want you to get back to that thing about the sacrifice and the exclusion of, how strict it is. What do you mean by that when you say the first cemetery is in the sea? Genesis?
I mean, you think, okay, what in the beginning, right? The earth, everything started with the sea, like the, water, and then land came second, right? So the water and the depths of the water were there first, right? So all the creatures in the water. So when those creatures die, they go to the bottom of the ocean, right? And that's where you get Olokun. So the water was the first cemetery, the first place where things died, and were bottom, right?
And that's where the first part of life came from too. So it's both, right?
pretty much. So like Olokun is a very powerful Orisha, very powerful.
May I ask you, sister, if you can really fast? I know you touched on this briefly in the beginning, but can you dive a little deeper in how do y'all actually see the voodoo, right? Do y'all see them as cosmic forces, like forces of nature? Like, so for example, Sakpata, right? If I'm not mispronouncing the name, right, is looked at as the earth healing disease. Is Sakpata looked at as a god, or is Sakpata looked at as the earth itself?
Well, Orisha does not mean God or goddess. There is no English word for the Orisha. Now, the way that they try to translate it to make it easier to understand is saying owner of one's head, like Ori is head and Shah is like owner or to right. So that's where you have people that get crowned in Orisha. So that means that each individual person has a specific Orisha that is like their guardian during their time on this earth. And you have a head and you have a foot, right? You have different. Like I said, when we came over here, which Isheshe might be slightly different. That's the thing. So when you go into Santeria or what you call Lukumi, they practice a little bit slightly different about the Orisha versus when you go into Africa and you do Isheshe.
Gotcha.
Like in Lukumi, you get all like the main 9 ones. Why? Because during initiation, if you need because of like how things were going and how volatile it was, if you needed to initiate somebody and you needed to have those relics there, everybody kind of had everything. But in Africa, they weren't under that same stress, so you only got what you needed. So if you go to initiate with Oshun, you just get Oshun.
That makes sense.
You don't get
I asked you that question. I apologize. I asked you that question, sister, because there's people out here that often make statements like the Netaru are literal beings that walk this planet, right? And
they say that in Ifa too, that Shango was a real person. These were actually real people at some point, yeah.
Right. So that's why I was asking, and that's why I was asking for the way that y'all practice it. Do y'all see it that way? Because even like when I go back, the people that state that the Netaru are literal beings that walk this earth, they making a great mistake. Not even the people themselves saw the Netaru that way. They always understood the Netaru to be divine forces of nature. And so sometimes coming from a Western perspective, people can get the culture and the spiritual practice mixed up, and they try to impose a lot of the Christian worldview, and so they look at these things as gods and demons and angels and things of that nature, instead of looking at these things for what they really are, forces of nature. So that's why I asked you that question, sis. Thank you for answering that.
And let me
humble before we move forward. Genesis, 1 second. I just want to say, Asar Imka, if you're listening, I know you listen late. You heard humble. He might want to come in and talk to you about that, because Asar is one brother who does teach that the netter Asar, or Cyrus, was actually a living king at one time. So I just want to throw that out there, because I'm always using my smoke detector. Go ahead, Genesis.
Well, someone says in the audience, Shango was the only one that has a story of being an actual person. I don't know, because they say that actually Oya was actually there in the market, and she was one of the first people that brought commerce to Yoruba land, to Ile Ife. So yeah, so I don't know. Like they're saying,
Ogun is said to have been a Oyo king as well. Like, but the principles existed before the quote unquote incarnation of the people, though. That's what a lot of people get mixed up.
Baba Lukaye was also a king as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's a merging of the stories with the energy of the people. I guess it's interesting. So
yeah, it's just ancestor veneration, because the people that live represent the principle. They're not saying that the people that lived are some type of god, though. That's what people be getting mixed up.
wanted to say this too. So I wanted to give an example of like how this story can how you could break this story down to show like how the Apata keys work in African spirituality, right? So in early times, Yemayah ruled the waters of the land, feeding rivers, nourishing people, and holding the emotional and ancestral memory of the world. She was vast, powerful, and respected, but she was also protected to the protective to the point of containment. Nothing moved without passing through her domain. Now, again, think of Yemayah, the ocean, right? When Oya arrived, the wind, she brought wind and motion. Okay. She stirred the air. She pushed stagnant water. She moved people, markets, and destiny. At first, Yemayah welcomed Oya's presence, but over time, conflict arose. The source of the conflict, Oya's winds, churned Yemayah's waters, caused floods and erosion, carried voices, secrets, and unrest. Yemayah accused Oya of disrupting order, creating chaos, forcing change before people were ready. Oya responded, stagnation is death. What does not move will rot. Their contention, it was not personal, it was a cosmic. So when you actually think of it, what happens in the ocean, right? The wind and connects with the water, and you have waves, and you have this thing. Oya winds became violent during a great storm. Yemayah's water surged beyond their banks. Land was torn. People were displaced. Balance was broken. So the world could not hold both forces unrestrained. And then they had to separate the domain. The Orisha intervened. Yemayah was given the deeper waters, the oceans, the womb of the world. Oya was given the wind, storms, marketplace, and the gates of the dead. From that moment, Yemayah governs containment, memory, and birth. Oya governs change, death, and rebirth. So they can't work together basically. So this is the story. The story they frame it in a way that explains how nature, how one aspect of nature can't exist in the same place.
Is it the type of creation story?
Well, no, I'm saying certain aspects of nature can't exist in the same place at the same time. That's what I mean by that.
Okay, do you? But I'm saying like, is there a creation story like about type of cosmology in Ifa? Is that one of them, or if there is one, can you tell us what is the creation story?
Yeah, that's what Olodumare. So the story that's prevalent in Ile Ife, because it different. The story is the same in majority of quote unquote Yoruba land, but there are different nuances that are different in different places. But the initial, the main one that most people speak about is through when Olodumare came. He had the sand. The chicken came, and then the sand became the land, and then he blew the breath, and then that sparks the principles of the Orisa, and then that it starts from Ile Ife. But it's like the creations, the cosmology is it's a mixture of the creation of all human beings, and then it's a mixture of the real history.
Interesting. What human beings is that? Not to. I'm sorry, Genesis, and I want you to jump in too. There, I forgot the name, but the one who is like the messenger. It starts with an O.
Oduduwa.
What's his name?
Oduduwa.
The Oduduwa is the ancestor. Ogun is a messenger, though.
Got it. So that's the human that she's referring to, right?
Oh no, yeah. She's correct then. Oduduwa, yeah, that's the primordial ancestor of Oyo Ijebo. I don't like using the term Yoruba because it's not really that's an exonym, but yeah, she's correct.
So let me ask you, because I always get it confused. So Yoruba is Ifa,
Ifa is just a divination system. The name for it is Isheshe. So Ifa is just like when you go to a Babalawo or Yanifa, when they do divination, that's what they do the Ifa corpus. So they get the Pele Fa, they take the calorie, they put it they take it, they throw it in the air, whichever it lands on. There's an Odu Ifa that correlates with it. The Odu Ifa are stories or parables, and whichever result comes from it is what they extrapolate, and they'll give you advice or tell you different things that result in it.
Okay, so Genesis and Ngolo. And even humble, if you know. So this is the confusion. It's similar to, I think for me, and this is just me personally, it's more confusing than even looking at the Kemetic spiritual systems, because these aren't gods. But do they how do you say it? Like the gods that you're naming, well, the Orishas are not Loas, or are they the same as Loas? Can
No,
you
they're the same.
kind of
It's the
clarify?
same thing, but it's just a different terminology and different names. But in essence, they are the same thing. They're not gods though. It's just principles.
Can I read this, sister? So
Yeah,
it's a
whenever you get something, you can read it off of the
okay.
or play it. Yeah. So
So
yeah,
it's
I do
a
want to keep hearing from them about this. Go ahead, Humble.
So it's a what the Orisha tradition is. It's a the Orisha tradition, also called the Ifa Orisha or the Yoruba religion, is West African philosophical and spiritual system originating among the Yoruba people of Nigeria and Benin. It is a cosmology, a moral system, a ritual science, a community-based spiritual technology. What it is not is a polytheistic religion in the Western sense. There are no gods, but primordial forces of energy. I just wanted to read that just to give, because I see the question Sister Napa is asking to get clarification on, and it's like, okay, well, we understand that they're working with forces of nature. Now, is this tale being presented in an anthropomorphic way? Or are we saying that these are gods and they're doing this and they're controlling nature like this? So I think if I'm not mistaken, you could correct me, Sister Napa, but that's where I think Sister Napa is trying to get to when she's asking about the characteristics or the essence of what the Orisha are. I land my plane.
That is a great lead. So if we could get both of them to come in, and because I know it's been said over and over, these aren't gods, these aren't gods, these aren't gods. So yeah, can you just expound on that? Like, I get it, but it's, there's no worship at all, right?
It's not worship. It's basically it's just service.
Venerated maybe, but
Yeah,
not worship.
yeah. You can go, sister.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't
Yeah.
mean to-
No, you good, bro. You good. It's fine. But yeah, it's like so their principles. It's like you could say manipulate, because I don't like using that word because that word has a bad connotation. But it's just manipulation of energy. Your quote unquote Orisha, which your first Orisha is your Ori, which is that's your destiny, that's yourself. But the forces are represented through the Orisha, so it's not like they're like gods or deities. They're just principles that you called to serve. They're objective principles. They exist in terms of it transcends even, I would say, ethnicity. Like as far as like say for Igbo or Yoruba, like they're just the principles that are being quote unquote manipulated. It's not like they come to assist, but again, it's not like you serve them regardless. Like their main thing is they're quote unquote serving you. Now, if you go for assistance from the principles and you don't adhere to your taboos, or you try to do evil with it, it's gonna come back on you tenfold, and there are consequences and repercussions, especially with like Elegba Eshu. But all of them have consequences and repercussions, but certain different principles have worse ones than others.
There's
Right.
certain Orisha that if you do wrong, like especially an Ogun or an Oya, that does not fool around. That's really close to like if you utilize it in the wrong way, in an unjustified manner, then yeah, you could kiss yourself. You might as well. You're good luck.
Yeah, you might as well go jump in the lake.
So that's interesting. I know I don't know the practice, but I have witnessed some things like that with people just sitting by, on the sideline with my popcorn. So I heard you say Alegba, and then Oya. There's certain, I guess you say Orisha, but what is the difference between them being the Loa?
It's just different terminology. Loa is like French, and it would be because it's the same principles. Like Ogun is the same in Haitian voodoo as it is in Isheshe. You just have different certain colors. Some take different things based on the environment, but it's the same principle.
I have a
I
question.
would also say like and there are more Orisha than we even know about.
Facts.
Different areas, like for instance, Agayu had to be created because of volcano. Like
Right.
they don't have volcanoes in I don't think in Nigeria. So when they found out about when they figured out, oh, okay, Agayu, now that's another Orisha that had to
Mhm.
be understood, you know, and what is how did the volcano come into, so all these things are really things to describe how nature came to be, why the land is separated from the water, why the volcanoes exist, why rivers exist, you know what I'm saying, all these different things. And then
Right.
there's certain people that actually have those actual attributes of a more ocean person, a more wind person, air, water, earth, fire, a Shango being a fire, like a fiery spirit, a Ya being wind, Yemaya being water, Agayu being earth. All these things are aspects. And you have Usain, which is herbs in the flora and fauna of the land, things like that.
Got you.
The hunter. There's different Orisha for different things.
Right.
I know you want to get in here, humble.
All this
Just
just to explain.
hold that thought. I'm going to let you go, but I do want to point something out. You see how these different spiritual systems, we have the Netters, we have the Loa, the Orisha, and even in Canaanite spirituality, they relate it to what's going on in the earth. But as we get into the Judeo-Christian system and Abrahamic system, they start to just cut all of that connection with earth away from you and say, don't ask, it's just God. Don't ask, don't ask. And so we got to stop and think about that. If you are part of the Abrahamic faith, you got to look at how you're disconnected. You don't have a full connection with your natural surrounding. So I just wanted to add that. And y'all know what I subscribe to, but I don't fully let myself just be like, oh, I'm not gonna, let me put it this way. It's being hidden from you and it's a disservice. The Bible it's in there, but it's esoteric and hidden from you, that these gods, the Elohim, whatever I call them, the watchers of the earth, they are present, but they're hiding it from you and telling you, don't ask why this wind is this way. Don't ask why the water's this way. Don't ask why the rage is there. It's all just God, and just focus on this one God. So I wanted to say that. Bible believers.
There's an explanation. Okay, the reason why the wind came in the ocean had to separate is because it had to, because it was just causing chaos. Because the ocean otherwise would take over the earth otherwise. If it was imbalanced, so there had to be balance to be put in place so that the ocean didn't take over, or the land don't take over the ocean, and other things like that. So
right, and I cut Humble off, but thank you. I want you to expound on all of that. I'm not telling the Hebrew Israelites and the Muslims don't believe in a one God, a universal power, but that is a universal mind that works through every single aspect of your existence. It's not just, I'm going to beat you over the head if you don't believe that this is happening. Don't ask me any questions about nature. It's really something I wanted to put out there. But thank you, Humble, for letting me interject.
No
and go ahead. Go ahead.
I want to ask both the brother and the sister, what practical applications come with following this tradition, right? Like, I know for myself, when I study into Kemet, or when I study into the Blackfoot Native American traditions, I gain practical uses like how to govern oneself, how to become one with nature, how to operate my own energy centers, right? I learned geometry, I learned astrology. What's some of the practical uses that your traditions if one was to explore them, would bring to someone like myself?
Well, when in I hate using the term Yoruba. I'll just use it just for the sake of being understood. But when in Yoruba culture, when a baby's born and they are part of the tradition, what happens is called a kosijai, and what that is, a Babalawo or Yanifa observes the baby, and according to when they do the divination, the Ifa divination, you're giving your destiny. So when that comes about, it shows it's going to lead a child into the path of which they're going to be successful at, and within that culture, it formulates people to stick to it. It sends them into the direction in life which they should go. And when what tends to happen when you go against that is you're going to have all type of chaos, and your life's not going to be fulfilled. So in terms of practicality, in my opinion, when you do the Okosijai, that's the most vital part of it, because that's going to put your life in the direct path that it's supposed to go.
Okay.
Yeah, and when you get that, you get a thing called an Ita, and that Ita is pretty much it's a book. It's your own Bible. You're given your own personal Bible, what your orishas are, your taboos based on each orisha, your head orisha, what you shouldn't eat, what you shouldn't do. Watch out! Don't wear these colors. I mean, you're given like direct. Like I can't wear black. You know what I'm saying? I can't eat the entrails of animals. I'm not supposed to have a dog. And trust me, I got a dog anyway. It's driving me crazy. But because I got kids, and then the kids want a dog, and I was already told you, and you ain't supposed to have no dogs. But you know.
Hey, can I say something important that I think? Because I chimed in a little late. Peace to everybody on the panel.
Good morning, brother. Or good afternoon, brother.
Yeah, peace to Nepal.
Peace, Santana. I stepped away. Peace. Come on in.
To Detroit. Yeah. What Nepal said, I just want to, because that would really make me hop on in. She's not what she let you know what she was as far as Hebrew Israelite, her stance is. However, she let you know that you shouldn't be in a box. She don't box herself in. And that's what I would like for, people to do, because I'm not going to make no sort of distinctions and try to make nobody, come over to how I believe, because I'm real simple, y'all. I just believe, because I come from the Christian perspective, and now I went from Christian through chronology, through the evidence and my life learning experience in the last 7 years in the house of consciousness. I learned that a lot of the stuff that I was, I wasn't using my thoughts in chronology, right? Because once I found out that Christ's story was kind of written from Kemet, this kind of plagiarized. It's just like sort of the same. Then that kind of changed my whole perspective, because I was like, dang, if this happened then and they came with this, and I already knew about colonization and Europeans, and I knew about the power and the resources that they have to get the literature and all the stuff around the world. And then learning from Dr. Henry Clark about how they conquered, and then he said they said let's conquer the world, and they did it for political reasons, and all of that stuff just compounded in me. So there's a lot of stuff that I don't say because it's not to be said. And Nepal can, if any Christians or anybody in Abraham faith can, listen to what I'm saying when I say this. It's by testimony. If a true person is a true person of this God, this ideal of God, Abrahamic faith, that we think if you're a true person of God, you have testimonies. You don't go by what people said or what people did. And I would say that really to Angola, because he's a little sophisticated with his information. And that's good. He well studied as a young man. But I would say to Angola, because behind all your sophistication, Angola, I could tell you stories that, what's happened to me, that I could say a force that I had relied on through my personal spirituality helped me throughout my life. So my definition of religion and spirit and all of these other things that people think about and do, all I say is just be good and follow the good ways, no matter what sort of religion is coming from. If you individual, you look in the mirror and be able to sleep with yourself and the decisions you make throughout life. That's my concept of spirituality. And that's my concept of just, instead of trying to be Mr. Smart and know-it-all and going about the wars in Egypt and the wars and all the colonization, all that, I'm still going to fight. However, I'm going to have my personal testimony that I know what happened with me when I wake up and go to sleep. So I was just wondering, and I went through this little rant because I just wondered, anybody on the panel have like any personal testimonies, like you were sort of in trouble or something, and then you kind of reached out to the, to the stars. I just say that, reach out to God or the however your deity is, and it helped you. Do anybody have that sort of thing that happened to them in their life?
Definitely, yeah.
So my coming into consciousness or to my spiritual life, happened when I was younger. Just like about everybody else, of course, I grew up in the church.
Right.
I actually was a pastor in the church, and it was like Elder Suntan was saying, the force, if we will, a certain force, that influenced me to do the self-studying that I've been doing, right? It was, this is not all there is. It has to be something more, right? It gave me that curiosity. And it's so interesting because I used to watch Sonetta when YouTube first started popping and everybody was out on the street, but I would still go to church. And then I would go back, I would watch another video, still go to church, go back. And I would sit and think just like, yo, how much do I have to know until I stop following this, right? Because I was already okay, this is BS, this is BS, this is BS. Okay, now this is my journey to figure out what's correct. And that journey took me on an amazing personal discovery. It took me, it helped me get grounded with nature, right? It helped me trust myself. It helped me make better decisions in life. It helped me become a better father, a better son, a better student. It helped me in so many ways, just being natural. And that's what I found myself doing, right? Just observing life, right? Just observing how squirrels interact with reality, just observing how bees pollinate, just observing how plants grow, and we see the sun every day, and we see the moon, and we see the stars, just really observing like our ancestors used to, how life work. And when you understand how life work, then you don't need a Bible or Quran or Vedas, because then you realize it's all a cosmic flow. It's written in your essence. There's nobody out here teaching a horse how to be a horse or teaching a bee how to be a bee. Right. This is already written in them. And just as this code is written in them, I found that this code is written in me. So the only thing I have to be is a piece of life, just like everything else around me.
I understand.
And I learned to manage.
Brother, I do.
And I'm gonna land my plane with that. Thank y'all for allowing me to speak, y'all.
Yeah, that's personal. See, I want to say this, and then somebody else chime in. And then when somebody come telling you, say how, let's say you read a couple of verses of the Bible, and some guy come and tell you, well, you're not reading that right, you don't understand. But see, it ain't up for them to tell you that, because when you read, you get your own understanding. Exactly. You're not illiterate, right? Exactly. So with that, I'm saying, your it's personal within you, what you understand and what you want to learn and what you reject. And that's why I like listening to Nepal, because she got knowledge as far as spirituality, but she would come out the box. She would not like, and not just no jump on Apostle or none of them other guys. They gonna stay right there. And you can't be dogmatic with your life. I don't think so. So whether they like doing that, I'm not knocking them. You know what I'm saying? Let them do that. But I just think it's more advantageous to come out the box sometime and look around and then go back to your home.
Thank you, Suntan. I do want to hear from Ngolo and definitely Genesis about that very profound question you asked about what do they draw from with their personal selves. I loved what you said, Humble. And I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be really transparent. you notice that when you are in the Abrahamic faith, that you're so angry. There's so much anger. And I'm kind of getting emotional because I'm talking to Humble. I'm actually thinking about what Humble said, and I'm talking to everybody. I got into a cult. And there's so much to take apart. So please, y'all, don't be like, oh, you're being a hypocrite, or just try to put this in a tiny little box. It's very complex when it comes to your spirituality and what you absorb as a person, as an existing being in this world that we're in, right?
Right.
So it takes, it takes time to get out of certain things. Humble, really, I could relate to him when he was like, what is it going to take for me to get to the point? I'm kind of paraphrasing, quoting you, Humble. What's it going to take for me to just finally get out of this, whatever he was saying that he knew he was in, that he shouldn't be in? It's like, what do I have to hear to break out of it? It is something that you have to really break out of. And I'm not just saying Abrahamic faith now. I'm opening it up to everything. When we're trying to live our best lives, and I keep on saying the universal mind of God, these are things I don't let go of. That when we want to be in the universal mind of God with along with everyone else, we have to make sure we keep looking at what we've been programmed to believe, so to speak. And with me, I was raised in a household where my mother practiced what you would say animism, kind of like it wasn't Santeria, but it was like a Native American Christian kind of thing. And my dad was super strict Catholic. And so we went to Catholic church. We learned we religiously, no pun intended, but literally religiously did everything Catholic. But my mom was like, that's not real. That this isn't real. She was like always saying that to me about certain things. She's like, go ahead and do it. But,
What's up, people? Hi. I introduced myself.
Hi, can give me just 1 second and we'll let you come in. Thank you for joining. Basically, I know I'm going around the bend.
Go ahead.
Very, very, very long. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is all of us, especially to my Abrahamic faith brothers and sisters, I'm with you, but please sit back, like Humble said, sit back and go, I don't have to throw anything away if I don't want to. Like, right. I'm not telling anybody to throw anything away, like what Suntan said. But sit back like Suntan, sit back like Humble, sit back like me, sit back like Genesis.
Right.
I don't know Ngolo's story, so I'm going to hand the mic over and hear a little bit more about them, as some anecdotal stuff and some personal, maybe as safely as they can share their personal selves, because this is crazy internet. But really, you can't, when you say, if something is making me angry, if I'm listening to a group of people talking about this amazing earth and this spirituality, and Humble said, look how the bees work. And if I'm looking at that, spirituality is supposed to help you exist in this world and beyond. Get it? It's not supposed to say, you're going to die if you eat that. Oh, were you sitting on the panel when they were talking about the Orishas? Well, God's going to kill you. You got to say, you're a liar. You are a liar. And guess who taught me that? Christ. See, that's where you see me inserting my perspective. Get it? My conceptualization. So I won't let go of the teachings of Jesus, but you don't have to believe in Jesus. You don't have to do anything. But what you do have to do is try to exist alongside everyone else in harmony in the universal mind of God, or whatever you want to say, the universal mind of consciousness. And so I just want to say that I applaud you. I'm with you on that, Humble. It's hard. You keep on looking at there's things in my life I'm still like, ooh, I really don't want to throw this away yet, but okay. I'm not trying to get up here and talk about Yahweh or talk about the God of war and the child sacrifice and but I'm not going to sit and lie. What I'm not going to do is when somebody comes in that subscribes to that and says, oh, you're evil, but my God isn't. I'm going to show them in the book. No, you look right here. You lie, because your God is eating babies too. Your God is asking for babies too. Bye. You can't be in here doing that. I know I want you here, but we don't curse on here.
Sorry.
Are you coming? That's okay. I'm going to be patient. Look, I'm going to let you talk. There's child sacrifice. That's what I meant. Okay. I'm not trying to trigger you. So I didn't mean to say bye, but just give me a minute. Okay. Cause I'm going to hand the mic back to the panel. And then what is your name? What is your name?
Noel. It's Noel.
Okay. Yeah. Noel, I want to hear from you. Just hold tight. Okay. We're just talking about different types of spirituality. Genesis and Gola, either one of you come in, and then yes, you will get to speak. Noel, go ahead. What do you guys? You're welcome. What do you guys think about all? That's a great question, Suntan. And what do you have to say?
I would say, you know, when I was a Christian, and I was a Christian since the age of 13, my mom had me before that. She didn't force me to be a Christian. She let me choose, right? But she had me going to different places and learning different things. I went to the Mormon church. I went to the Jehovah's Witness church. I went to every church, the Pentecostal church. She had me going to all different types of churches. And, you know, and then finally it was this fire and brimstone revelations. Jesus is coming like a thief in the night. And I'm like, a thief in the night, you know, fear, you know. Right. I'm thinking the end of the world is coming anytime. I'm like, oh my God, the end of the world is on us. Oh, it's the end time. And so after a while of that, I got like some people like kind of like just started asking me questions. They were atheists, actually. One was a former Nation of Islam guy, and one was just a straight up atheist. And they just began to question certain aspects of the Bible. And I couldn't answer the question. So it made me like dig a little deeper. And that's when I came upon SETI and Ashwa Kwesi and the whole thing about Egypt. And then from there, I began to learn about the Netters. And then someone introduced me into the Yoruba aspect of things. And when I actually learned how, because, you know, before this, I thought that Africans were stupid, you know? I didn't think that they would have a spiritual system that was mathematical, scientific, and was breaking things down. When I read this whole Odu Mother of Creation, because I have it up here for later on, because he asked like, what's the book? What's the pantheon? What is the knowledge base? When I read this. When I read this, I was like, what? This existed in Africa? Like they're not just in teepees and mud huts and just dancing around, yelling and screaming. And when I looked even deeper, I was like, wow, you know, and so it made me just completely get into a whole journey of just understanding African spirituality. And I was like, you know what, this is actually pretty dope, you know? And I don't feel as much fear now that I had to step away from the Christian church. But what's crazy is in my initiation, I was told, listen, go to church. Your ancestors, they went to church. You know, go to church just because they want you to go to church. You know, go to church. You know, go to mass and get, you know, just out of respect for your ancestors.
Right.
They didn't say become a Christian. They said just go to church. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But you know, and that's the thing, is that just out of reverence, because of my ancestors were Christians, so that's the thing, that even though I'm a priest in African spirituality, I was encouraged to go to church. That's the conundrum right there. So that's where I'm at right now. So yeah.
Okay. You there, Ngolo?
Yeah, thank you so much. Ngolo, do you want to share just something basic of how you got on your path? And then Noel, you can go right after him. Thank you for being here and your patience. Go ahead, Ngolo.
Yeah, like 99% of quote unquote African Americans, I grew up in the Christian church, the Baptist church specifically, sometimes AME, but rarely though. But yeah, I say growing up, I always had I never really truly believed it though. Like it was like when I would pray, it would be like I was talking to myself. Like it like if I would be praying and just thinking somebody's answering me, like making it a God, like it would like be an exercise in my mind. Like, and this was from like 5 to like I'll say like 12. So then like just hearing the stories and the concepts that was told. I'm just looking at the creator and their creator in their book, how it operated. I'm like, this can't be real. And then when I was like 13, my uncle Greg showed me Khalid Muhammad videos, and then when I was looking at Khalid Muhammad, it was on YouTube in like 2013. No, it was 2012. And then you know how on YouTube, like it had the next video, and it was a Sarnetta TV video, and it was SETI. And he was sitting up talking about Walter Williams. And then I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. And then I just I'd say like 6 months straight, it was just nothing but Sarnetta videos. It was Amos Wilson videos. It was all that. So then I'm like, bro, I already had an inclination that stuff is not real. And I just cold turkey just stopped believing in the stuff. And then, listening to the scholars, I did further research, and then I got to where I am now in terms of going to like primary and just doing African culture in itself. But yeah, and also Kamal Cambon was really pivotal in my gaining knowledge as well. But to me, it was just like it's been innate. Like I was doing things like that would be quote unquote divination before I even knew what it formally was. So to me, it's just genetic memory. Some people have the ability genetically, I think, to be more predisposed to being objective, and some people genetically don't. And it's just personality based to me, in my opinion. When it comes to like spirituality, I think that what draws me to African spirituality, quote unquote, and not even just Africans, anything that's not, I'll say, not organized, but I would say anything that's not, quote unquote, the main religions. It's the dogmatic aspect that their religions have. But like what the sister said with Isheshe or with Lukumi or Kanduble, it's really a lifestyle, because no Babalawo or Yani Fa is going to tell you that you can't go to a mosque or going to tell you can't go to church. To me, that's contradictory, but it's not. The two can coexist if you want them to. And it's like the more dogma that you intake, to me, the more insecure that it shows, and it just shows that the religion is not real, and not like, to me, that just it engenders insecurity. People that always have to tell you that this is the right way, and if you don't do it, you're gonna reach damnation. To me, that's blatantly shows that it's fake, because they're just trying to scare you into a belief from insecurity. But I'll let somebody else speak.
Yeah, I like
Appreciate that. That was great. And you said some names. Walter Williams, the late great, rest in power. He's a friend of ours. And Sarnetter was one of the right-hand men to Dr. Khalid Muhammad. So rest in power to that great man. So that was wonderful. I love these stories. Listen, Noel, it's your turn. And there's someone in the back, Mr. Brown. I have to see you. I'm not familiar with who you are. So if you could turn on your camera, just to let me know that it's for security purpose, let me know who you are. Noel, you have the mic now, and then I will let you on, Mr. Brown. Rebel
Yes,
Ra, thank you for joining. Go ahead.
I am a Christian.
Uh-huh.
And my experience is being a Christian is I used to went to the church, but now I do not. The dad they go there to church.
You don't go to church anymore?
No, I used to go to church.
Tell us what made you stop going.
What made me stop going is our church was declosed and made into a library. Yes, that's why. Yeah.
So what is there a denomination of Christianity that you are in?
What does that mean? Like, what does that mean? I'm sorry.
Oh, that means like, are you a Baptist? Are you a Protestant? Are you a Catholic? Or is it just Christianity?
A Christian. I am.
Okay. Well,
yes.
Do you worship? Do you do any type of study on your own or worship with other people?
I lay down in my bed and pray to the God sometimes. Yes.
So Jesus, you pray to Jesus?
Yes.
Well, I appreciate you being here. Did you
You're
have any
welcome.
questions? Yeah. Do you have any questions before I move on to the next person?
Yes. What is your guys' Christianity is? What is your guys?
We're not, our spiritual systems all vary here in the house. We're in the House of Consciousness. So basically we have Muslims, we have Christians, we have people who practice African spirituality like voodoo, Ifa. We have atheists here, people who don't believe in God. We have people who, even though they don't admit it, they follow scientism. Shout out to my brother Cedric. So we have a lot of different, we have an eclectic group of people with different.
That's good.
Yeah, different
Interesting.
thoughts. So, yeah, so sit back and listen if you want to say
Thank
something.
you.
We just, when I was like, I know I kind of shocked you, but there are some things that we say that get a little explicit
Hectic.
and
Yes.
trigger. Yeah. So, but just for YouTube, we try not to do any profanity, and you can always jump in and say, hey, can I say something? If there's something that you want to respond to with our conversation.
I said a word. I'm really sorry.
You're
about
okay.
that. I didn't mean
You're all
to do
right.
that.
You're fine. Thank you for being here. Okay, so I'm going to move on to.
Yes.
You're okay. Great. So I'm going to move on to Rebel Ra. Let's see, Rebel Ra. Thank you so much for joining. What about you? You want to add, and can we hear about your spiritual journey? But if you want to talk about, the African spirituality, thanks for being here, and thanks for the donation, by the way. Thanks for having my back.
Yeah, well, you don't know. Give thanks. Give thanks. Give thanks. Yeah, blessed to the House of Consciousness. You don't know, this is where we build, block by block, brick by brick. And we give thanks to the people on the panel, joining in. We give thanks to the people out there. We're listening, same way, man. One love every time. Yeah, spirituality in our conscious, because so everything is semantics, everything is etymology, and the word spirituality, I kind of have a feedback on it, because I know spirituality is connected to the spirits, and spirits are alcohol. So that is just how I stay on some firmament. As a youth growing up, I visited Catholic, Baptist, Methodist, most of the churches them in our villages. And growing up, I never really feel like that. Everybody tell you, say, God going to do you this and that. So you try to live your best as a child, but you don't have no grounds. So you never stand firm until you really start growing up and start realizing and start studying for yourself. And as a teenager, I went into the Jehovah's Witness. My mom took me into that stuff. So I went around, and people calling us Jehovah wickedness, and we abstain from party and blood and all them things.
Right.
But I still didn't find true purpose, because now I find, well, this God Jehovah, he's just another name for this God that they have out in Christianity and Christendom. You know what I'm saying? I would more say Christendom. And I moved on from there. And as a little youth now, let's say at 17, 18, I started to cite Rastafari, which was more of a lifestyle versus, God this, God that. But some of the Rastas I dealt with, they were more biblical. They were just like the Christians. So it's just like, man, I'm leaving one thing for the next. So eventually I met the higher Rasta them, who is like the bush man, the guy that live in the bush, and he doesn't really depend on God, and he doesn't look at the world like how a Christian, or what we call a Christafari would look at it. And that's where I started getting my grounds, you know what I'm saying? In gardening, in all of this stuff, and touching the ground and planting the seed and getting connected with the earth, and see that, hey, if you love the earth, produce organic style farming, then you yourself could connect with the earth. I didn't need no Jesus, no God, nothing to be like, to get connected with myself. So over time, getting connected with yourself now, I realize I don't need no God, I don't need no Jesus. I'm not scared of none of them. And if they exist, then I would revere them. But until somebody tell me they exist, to me, like, they're just a pigment of people's imagination. So I don't make them control my life. I harness my life, and I don't look at things from just a Rasta standpoint. If you hear me, even though I say Haile I Rastafari Selassie, because that's where I'm coming from, but I've transcended into Kemet, into Syria, into all of the histories. Just like the bridge and shout out, Walter, you know what I'm saying? Dr. Walter. Then he was one of my pillars. Dr. Ben, Dr. Henry Clark, Chris Wilson, all these, you know, Sharaza, Ali, all of the people them you can talk about, Marcus Garvey, just name the people them that we look up to. These people actually gave me a ground to actually stand on, even though some of them were religious. I bypassed that and just took the good with the bad and sifted out. And here I am today. And House of Consciousness helped me to relate with people like me and people who is opposite to me. But at the same time, we knew and say, yo, God don't exist. If God any exists, it's going to be us. It's going to be me and you, whether you want to put it in a God and Goddess form. But there is no God. Sorry for the Christians out there. There is no God. It's only a pigment of people's imagination. And I'm not saying that because it's just my opinion.
Right.
I'm saying, I'm just saying that because it haven't been proven to any of us yet. So until it's been proven, we just saying right now it's not real. But I know Napa real. I hear in Sunton and the next side, and I know these people real. So I give reverence to them. You know what I mean? One love. And I'm just going to listen until Napa asks any question again.
Right.
That's
I like that.
So I have.
Thank you so much, Rebel. Thank you to everybody for sharing. Those were beautiful stories. Go ahead, Genesis.
Right. So I wanted to show this because this is one of the, we're talking about African spirituality. And when I talked about my initial, when I got to understand, African spirituality, and I got to see this, I was like, wow, that's deep, right?
Is this what you're sharing that I have on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So this is the explanation of Odu Ifa. So just like the young man, I forget his name again.
Ngolo,
he asked, what is your book, right? Okay.
Oh, no. Ngolo didn't ask that. You mean in the chat?
That must have been Humble she talking about.
Humble, yeah, he asked.
Oh, Humble, my bad. We're adding Easy Band. I'm glad you're joining Easy Bands because I want to hear your story after she does this. Thank you for joining. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So what is your book? So when we go into, and I think that there's a lot of, I'm not sure if he could probably elaborate whether or not it's the same thing in Egyptian culture, but this is the creation story of the word of Ifa. So Odu Ifa, this is the word of Ifa, the word, okay. So it talks about, it's called the Great Darkness story. The duality of contraction and expansion are the two fundamental laws that gave birth to all of creation. It was from the unknown realm of triple darkness that all known matter of light and dark energy particles were born. So above, so below. All of the 16 major and minor Odus, 240 minor Odus, symbolize this spiritual phenomenon, as all of the Odu markings represent elements of darkness, contraction, and or light expansion. Oyegu is the owner of Ogbe, so darkness is the owner of light. Energy is born from the unknown darkness of space and takes form of an egg-shaped structure called a spiral or spiral. This sphere consists of two polar opposites with 4 portals on the right male side and 4 portals on the left female side. These 8 portals are the link between the 4th dimension of matter, time and space, and the 5th dimension of the invisible realm of creation. Mathematically, there are 256 ways in which energy can pass from the invisible to the visible dimension, as these 2 dimensions of 4 polar opposites intersect. As a correlation, each of the 256 Odu Ifa patterns has 2 legs representing the polar opposite found in all energy patterns. 1 leg on the right male side with 4 markings representing the portals of darkness / light, and 1 leg on the left female side with 4 markings representing darkness and light. According to the ancient wisdom of our ancestors, Odu Ofumeji, 16th Odu, is symbolized as the cosmic egg of creation, original energy sphere. This Odu pattern was the first pattern born out of the great darkness into light of creation. It was from Ofumeji that all other 15 major Odu patterns of darkness or light received their formations and meanings. Each one of the 16 Odus combined with each of the other 15 Odu patterns for a total of 16 times 16 equals 256. Ofu Meiji, as illustrated by three-dimensional energy patterns of cosmic egg, represents the origin of energy formation, duality of polar opposites, cardinal points of universal direction, and four portals of darkness and light representing the birth of creation. Ifa is Ileri Ipim. That means the witness of fate. Therefore, as we clearly can see, Odu Ifa divine mystery system designed by our ancient ancestors millions of years before the birth of modern sciences directly parallels and symbolizes the most recent scientific discoveries relating to how energy was birthed into the universe. Hence, due to this understanding, we must further conclude that our current knowledge is limited, and as such, we have no other choice but to rely on proven spiritual Scientology developed by our ancients. We must learn this information and as a study guide. So, that's this. So this is like based on. So this is the what the breakdown of what the Odu Ifa is.
Right.
Now
If I may, really fast. Hey, sister, do you have a way to send me that link?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
great. Humble. Thank you for asking. Anyone who needs information, just get it. Ask, and it will get sent to you. I do want to say thank you to.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Just 1 second. Thank you to Sand. The numbers I don't have to say, but thank you for this super chat of $10. It says in the Bible, God blows the breath of life into Adam. At the time, Adam becomes a living spirit. Spirit simply means to breathe. Do the etymology of the word spirit. Thank you so much for that information. We have Easy Bands joining. I want him to get involved in the conversation. What did you want to ask me, Suntan, before I move on to Easy Bands?
I just wanted to just elaborate on roster. Just a couple of words I got to say for the roster because I appreciate him a lot. Nepal. So
sure, go ahead, and then we'll bring the brother in.
Yeah, then we'll have Easy Band. Peace, Easy Band. Brother Roster, here's the thing in this statement. And I really agree with what you were saying. However, it's personal when it comes to a God that people might have conjured up in their mind or however else that happened. What I'm saying to you is this: it's personal testimonies. That was what I brought out in the first bit of this conversation we're having right now. So when there is a so-called deity, God, or something in your life, only you know that. It's not like it was written in these books, the Bible, all these kind of books of philosophy and all of these sort of things. God doesn't work like that, in my opinion. He works within you. So you personally know what you feel that he has done for you. So when I say unknown spirit or unknown God, it's personal. It's not for like, hey, you can use your testimony to tell somebody whether they believe it or not. That's on them. But when I say God comes to people individually and throughout your life, and that brings about a change in your life because it's a mind philosophy that you have that you relate to, and that's what people pray. And then I can't say what happens in people's testimony. They have to tell you. So I'll say that it's not no God that been walking the water, breaking fish, and making the ocean split open and all of that stuff. I would agree and would say, not that I don't agree with. But what I do agree with, when somebody said God did something personal for them, and I even see people crying, said what he done personally for them, just the spirit and the thought of that. So I just want to leave you with that because you very authentic, man, and you believe in what you believe. So I'm here to tell you that he has, the thought of that has done personal things for me. However, I found out, and I'm going to land on this, I found out that before, it was something 1,500 years before the God that I was thinking in Abraham faith, because Kemet was here. They was just deifying the sun, the wind, the sky, the earth, and the water. And people said that they were saying that those were different gods and all kind of stuff, when only they just deified the things that was around them. And so I'll leave it right there. That's what I was saying, Brother Rasta. It's personal. And Easy Bands, he would tell you that he probably got some personal testimony, because he's one of those guys who, Abrahamic faith person, and he's a true believer. So it's all about a testimony within the own person. If that person want to share that testimony with you, it's up to you to believe it or not. But he knows what happened for him, because there's been some great things that happened for me in my 65 years of life. So I rest on there.
Real quick though, I definitely wanted to say this because I know that was a long thing I just read. But if you were to visualize what I just read, all it's doing is describing what happens when an egg is fertilized. What happens? It breaks up into 2, then 4, then 16, and 8. If you've seen an actual egg get before, like how like it turns into a human, that's exactly what happens. Like if you actually,
I didn't think of it like that.
That's how,
that is that cosmic. I didn't know that the cosmic egg like cosmology story is in, I forget which one it is, but that concept of a cosmic egg is really fascinating, and that was good information. So Humble was interested in getting it. So
and that's exactly why I wanted her to send me that link, because of what she just said. Like the information in that is exactly what I was looking for when I asked about the practical uses, right? Because we can go around and we can say we believe this and we can say we believe that, but people like myself, right, I tend to lean towards things that I can use today and that will help me tomorrow, right,
that can relate to science, right?
That's exactly what I was looking for. So I appreciate you for that, sister. That was a great breakdown.
Right, that's great information. So anyone who's new here, there's a lot of information that comes in. If you want it, go vet it, research it, take the meat, spit out the bones. I don't say spit out the bones. I say put the bones on the side. You might need them later as tools. With that said, I want to get to our brother Easy Bands. I'm glad he joined, because this is still the HOK Coliseum. And the stream is about, it's a response. Our sister, who is an Ifa priestess, she came in to respond to the statement that African spirituality, in the vein of like Ifa and Voodoo and other things like Kemet, that it's wicked and evil. You didn't say that yesterday, Easy Bands, but I would like you to come in after you give us, if you will, the answer to what led you on your path, on your spiritual path right now. I would love to hear from you on that. But I would also like for you to step up as an Abrahamic faith follower. Step up and answer the question, is it evil? Is the African spirituality evil? That was a mouthful, but I think you can handle it. I think you know where I'm going with this. I'm handing the mic over to you right now. I'm glad you're here.
Okay, thanks for having me on, and thanks for having the show.
Yes, sir.
Respect to everybody on the panel. Peace and blessings, peace and blessings. All right, so I'll try to keep it short. My personal journey, I was, of course, I was born in a Christian family. I was baptized, as a baby. I don't even remember how old I was. And so my mom was very spiritual. My dad was, we were always at church on Sundays. But you forget that stuff, growing up as a kid, because you're born in it, right? So I had a spiritual awakening in my mid-teens to like late teens. I started experiencing these, like, I still classify them, or think of them as spiritual attacks, right? Because it'd be like I'd have these night terrors, and I'd be sleeping. Did somebody say something?
Okay, make sure guys, if you can mute out if you have some background noise, and let's hear this story. Thank you. Go ahead. Sorry about that. That might have been an accident. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'd have these night terrors. I'd feel like I'd be sleeping, and it'd be like in the twilight zone, and it's almost like I'm awake, but at the same time I'm asleep, but I can see everything that's in the room, and I can't move, and it's like something would be trying to trap me. So I'd spend that time. It gets like pretty intense because it's like you don't know what's happening. You're trying to say something, you can't say nothing, and you're just stuck, right? So I'd have these experiences, and I just remember every time I prayed to God, or I said something in the name of Jesus Christ, I said some prayers, it would like release me from these night terrors, right? So it started like in my mid-teens. So as I grew older or whatever, I started, it started intensifying. And so in my 20s, it got to the point where I even seen some stuff, right, while in that state. So for me, I know like the spiritual world is pretty real for me because I feel like I've experienced it. But so that's the spiritual awakening that I had that led me on the path to getting a closer relationship with God. And but then academically or just like logically looking into the religion, it started because of Muslims, right? Muslims, like I got, most of my friends are Muslims out here, so Muslims are really like knowledgeable on religion. So they'll come through and try to like push me off my pivot or whatever, And
Right.
so that made me start reading up and, making sure that what I believed in was legit. And so, that led me to this point right here. So, but in terms of the
Beautiful.
topic, yeah. So in terms of the topic that we have on today, I wouldn't say that these spiritual belief systems are evil innately. Like it's just like an evil thing, right? But what I'll say is there's a lot of evil that does happen. And, in comparison with the Abrahamic faith, is in the Abrahamic faith, there's no evil basically, condoned or even, there's no, when you're from the Abrahamic faith, it's like, that's all illegal. There's commands against all that stuff, right? But with African spirituality, they don't really have these laws and commands that will stop some of these things from happening. They can't even control some of the spirits, right? So some of the spirits just go ahead and do whatever they want to do, right? And they're responsible. Some of the spirits are responsible for bringing death, famine, disease, etc. And you also have priests that are, that might corrupt their power and, engage in like sorcery and stuff like that. You have individuals that do it. So, I mean, it's just like, it's like the Wild Wild West with that stuff. And I can bring
Doesn't
some
that
sources.
happen even in Christianity? I mean, the same exact thing happens across the board in all religions. You have some people that will use the Bible and the Quran and the Torah to enact harm against other people the same way. But yeah, that's human. That's about human nature, not about like the actual what these things were really meant for. If people can twist anything.
But my point is that in the Bible, we have strict commands and laws that say you shouldn't do none of that stuff, right? With African spirituality, for instance, there's no laws telling you how a spirit should behave. And the spirits themselves, they don't look at themselves as moral or ethical in like human terms, right? The way we would classify the God of the Bible as a righteous God, a good God, a just God. There's nothing like that with these spirits. They just, they just play their part in their dimension or whatever it is.
Let me interject something, Easy Bands. Let me say this to you. You ever heard of the 41 Confessions of Ma'at?
Yeah, I've heard of that before.
Okay, well, when you 42, when you think of what you just said, I want you to put it in perspective, because did you know that 10 of the 10 commandments come out of African spirituality? Did you know that? So I would say to you, study what just do a little studying, and you will find out. Okay.
Sunset. 1 second. Yeah. Sunset. Are we talking about Kemet or are we talking about voodoo?
We talking about Kemet.
No, we're talking about African spirituality
Yeah.
across the board. But I did
Yeah,
easy bands. I found
That
out
is-
yesterday that you're. I found out yesterday that you follow obviously the Torah and the scriptures. Are you also Christian? Do you follow the New Testament?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what
Okay,
it is.
great. So just I appreciate. Listen, first of all, he's a part of the family. We all know how we get it in over here. He's taking the position on what he follows in the rules and the commandments and the tenets of the Bible. So we got that out of the way. So easy bands across the board from Comedics practice, voodoo, Ifa. According to Abrahamic faith, that's evil, like our brother Gideon said, and Yara, right? That's evil.
No, I wouldn't say that across the board the whole thing is evil. I'd say that there's aspects of it that cause harm, tremendous harm to humanity.
Does Torah say it's evil?
Yeah, the practices that a lot of the practices that are condoned in these belief systems are condemned in the Torah. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you this, and then I want you to talk to the people who practice it, like Ngolo, which you've talked to before, and especially Ngolo and Genesis, who's an Ifa priestess. I'm not involved in this, so you can just relax and take a sigh of relief. No, I'm just kidding with you. You don't have love for it. But listen, listen, AZ bands.
Yeah.
I want you to take a position with them and explain if you believe that Torah is right. Standing on Torah, stand in the position about the practice, because you're saying the reason it's considered evil is because it's harming. I want you to stand in the position that you say that it's harming and therefore evil according to Torah, and have a conversation with them. Okay, so she wants to address you on that. Thank you, my friend. Go ahead, Genesis. What you want to say to the brother?
I would too, though, as well.
Of course.
After
Yeah,
the
both
sister.
of you. Yeah, definitely. I want you to get in here. I just was saying, because she was saying something, I
Oh,
cut her
yeah,
off.
I'm sorry. My bad. Yeah.
No worries. Everybody,
I'll let
Genesis
it
and Golo, go ahead. He says it's evil. It's evil, Genesis. This is your time. I'm bringing you out the ring, out your corner. Come on in and talk to him about it.
Right, but I'll let Ngolo go first, because I have a whole, I want to show you a document and go down these truths of E5. So go ahead, Ngolo.
Yeah, well, that's what a lot of these people that make these statements have never been went through Ishefa or Itefa, so they have no clue what they're talking about firsthand. When you go through Ishefa, again, you're given directives of what you can and can't do. If you get acquainted with the knowledge and you use it for evil, it's gonna come back on you tenfold. Not even, and if it doesn't get to you, it's gonna get to your progeny. So this thing of what people can just do unfettered evil is not. It's not true as far as Isheshe is concerned and voodoo is concerned and Okoma is concerned. These people that do this stuff, there's grave consequences. That's why people that are actually Babalawos and Yani Fas, they know that people that are going to operate within that, there's going to be a certain amount of people that are going to go astray. But again, those people are not within the framework of Isheshe or Vodun.
Right quick, bro. So you said that if you do something evil, it's going to come on you tenfold, right? And it can even come to the generations after you tenfold, right?
Yes, it will. Yes.
So don't you see that as, because that's what basically, something similar to that is happening in the Bible. It's not happening like that though, but like similar to that, and we get pointed fingers at. But this is even like worse, because you're telling me that if somebody does evil, they'll be punished by a spirit, right? And it will come and be reflected on their generations too.
It's not the spirit. It's a force. Like it would, like, that's what I'm saying. The principles with anything, anytime you abuse anything, there's going to be repercussions. Whether that's any shay, whether that's in real life. That's what I'm saying. These principles exist beyond the spookism realm. That's what it's hard for people that practice the Abrahamic religions to understand it because again, even what you're framing it in terms as a quote unquote spirit, it's not, you're not getting the essence of what it is.
All right, let's just build right quick. So I mean, they do describe them as spirits, bro. Like, and I am African, bro. So I know that we describe these things as spirits too. So you could talk all that stuff, whatever you want, like, you know, the new scientific research or modern description of what these entities are, but we look at them as spirits. But anyways, back to what I was talking about. So you're basically agreeing that some of these spirits, first off, do you agree that these spirits, they don't have like a real morality or ethics the way humans have?
No, I don't agree with how you're framing it. See, look, it's not about no new age. I can't speak about your specific culture, but the way you speak about Isheshe, I know you have no firsthand experience with it, because the way you frame it, it's not accurate.
All right,
and if you interface with a real Babalawo or a real Yanifa, you'll get an understanding.
So I'm coming from, I was born and raised in Africa. Like,
what part of Africa?
Zambia, South Central.
Okay, so we're talking about West African spiritual.
But still, we're talking about African beliefs, spiritual belief systems. So I'm telling you that I kind of have, I can conceptualize this stuff. Like, I'm from that culture.
No, but you're not accurate. But that's what I'm saying. You're not accurately conceptualizing it. But you're saying that it's new age. But again, if you go to any Yanifa or Babalawo, it's been passed down orally. What you're saying is not correct, and you constantly do this. Like you're not framing it correctly.
The problem with you have a fantastical idea of what happens or what this stuff is because you've read all these books or whatever.
No, I've had firsthand experience. It's not from read. It's firsthand experience, and that's what I'm. Look, brother. In reality, you're saying somebody that has firsthand experience. You're trying to discount what I'm saying, and you yourself, admittedly, have no firsthand experience. You don't come from the area. You're saying just because you come from the continent, you have a general knowledge of what it is. You yourself, admittedly, have been Christian your entire life. So, brother, in reality, in all actuality, brother, you honestly aren't. If you are being objective, you're not qualified to have an objective view on it and a first-hand view on it.
So hold on. When I tell you that I come from the culture, when I tell you that I come from the culture, right? My family was Christian. I'm Christian, but I'm still born and raised out there, so I know about this stuff. If we go to the village, I know what's going on. The village.
But you're talking about this stuff. What is this stuff? What is this stuff specifically? Be specific, because we're being specific right now.
We got relatives coming from the village. We still do traditional stuff. Like, so I'm telling you the context that I'm coming from is one.
No, I'm saying be specific, elaborate. What is the framework that you're speaking of? Because we're speaking of a specific framework that has been documented, that I've experienced firsthand, that the sister Genesis has experienced firsthand. So please be specific. Stop giving these general terms.
Just because you go to a village does not mean that you were into a practice.
I'm not nervous. You're not being objective.
Somewhere does not mean that you know about what those practices.
Okay, and guys, I want to do this easy band. Come and answer the question about if you could just get a little bit more specific. But it doesn't matter what system it is. You say it's evil across the board, correct?
So what I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying is that one, I asked him a question and he didn't even answer it. He went into semantics. I was saying that, you know, I asked him, do these spirits, because some of them are labeled as dangerous.
I gotta cut you, and I'm on mute.
No, Suntan, don't cut him off, brother.
Yes.
Yeah, but don't cut him off. Can you give him? Go ahead, let him get the whole thought out. Don't just hold tight for just 1 minute, Suntan. Go ahead, Easy Bands.
So you have spirits, right? In these belief systems that are basically uncontrollable. They're dangerous. They they don't have ethics the way that a human being would conceive of ethics, right? That, you know, they don't have morals the way, you know, we'll say, oh, that's a good spirit or whatever. And they're known to be dangerous, and they cause harm, they cause death, they cause sickness, they cause all types of destruction on human beings. And so I wanted to find out from him if he'd be at least honest enough to acknowledge that point.
But let me say this real quick. You making a principle a spirit. That's all I need to say.
Okay, thank you,
Just like the
Suntan.
water,
If you're leaving, Suntan, excuse me, Genesis, I want to go.
Suntan,
Okay.
Suntan. All right. Do those principles?
No, Suntan. I mean, Easy Bands, just for your sake. You made a statement and you wanted Ngola to reply to it. I really would like for him to reply for you, Suntan, if you can hold tight.
Okay,
and then he
I'm
can
good.
talk to you. Okay,
I'm
great. Go ahead, Ngolo, if you can remember what he said.
Yeah, no, I
'Cause I
remember
don't.
what he said.
Go ahead. Can you reply to him?
Yeah, he tried to. This is what I'm saying. Like he tried to frame it as cement. No, it's not semantic. It's I'm being very denotative. Now, when you're saying spirit, it doesn't accurately reflect what it is. But again, even your framing that is incorrect. These entities, these principles, yes, they have quote unquote morality. If you when you interface with it, then that's why I can't speak for what you're familiar with. I'm speaking about something that's very specific. That's why I asked you to be very specific. And in the framework that I'm coming from with Isheshe, these principles have certain relegated attributes. It's not they're to serve the Ori. They're to serve the individual that's manipulating the principle. It's not that it doesn't have an objective morality. They have the direct characteristics. Yes, it's moral. When you talk about Eshu or Elekba, there are certain things. If you adhere to Eshu or Elekba and you go against that, and you go against the tenets of what is there for good and what you're supposed to be called upon to do from your Kosijai, you're gonna have negative, bad consequences. You saying that you can manipulate the stuff for evil, that's outside of regular Isheshe. That's the entire point. Yes, there are people that get become aware of principles to manipulate things, but that's not regular Isheshe. That's the point. And that's what you're trying to ascribe this to quote unquote African spirituality, but that's just people doing evil. Like you try to, like you would say, people came to the continent and Christians came to the continent and colonized that. You're not going to attribute that to Christianity because it's outside of the parameters. What you're trying to do is say there's no parameters and it's just willy nilly, and that's why I say you don't have any real knowledge, because that's not the case.
No problem.
No, wait, Genesis, I want you to get in here, but Easy Bands. Can you reply to him and what Suntan, if you can remember, and then I'm gonna let Genesis get in here.
So I just want to go back and forth with him because he basically didn't even tell us anything when it comes to it. I asked him about the morality of these spirits, right? And if there's some that cause death, that cause harm, to humankind and bring disease, or they're claimed to be responsible for these things happening. I asked him that. He didn't answer. He just went into semantics. So
see this, bro. You do not actively listen. You are horrible at listening comprehension.
All right.
Everybody on this panel, did I not answer his question? Did he not say that they have no morality? Did I not directly address that?
So what's the answer?
No, I'm asking the people on the panel, brother.
Let me do this.
Multiple times you do this. You have done this every time, brother.
Real quick. Does the ocean have morality? Like you're asking about something. You're asking about a force of nature that's supposed to be operating as a human being, but it's not. It's a energy, and you cannot ask an energy to have a human characteristics. Morality would be a human being. So water, the ocean, is not going to be moral. The ocean is the ocean, so you can't expect the ocean to have morality.
That's what I said.
When you're talking about like force of nature. Then no, that's not what you said. You're saying these are spirits. The ocean is not a spirit.
No, I said some of these spirits.
Forces of nature are not a spirit.
Hold on. The point
you're talking about a spirit. The error that you're making is that you are calling these Orisha, which are not just spirits. They are way more encompassing than just
they are spirits. I'm not getting involved though. Let me shut up. I'm gonna be quiet. But can we let him respond to you?
Okay, here is the ocean.
Genesis. I hear you. I'm not getting involved, but let him reply to you and Ngolo. And then I think he wanted to also say something to Suntan, but go ahead. Easy Bands, can you just I want you to do this.
I think Humble would
stand on your square like you were doing last night with me. You weren't holding back. Stand in your square and be specific and address them head on. Torah says it's evil. I'm in here. Yeah. Come on. So you know what I mean?
It's evil.
You're not running for office.
Evil. Yeah, word up. It's evil. Let's be honest with it. At the end of the day, and I'm trying to show them why it's evil, but they keep trying to run away. So let's get back to it. These spirits, because there's many of them, right? There's many of them that the priest are supposed to be able to manage, and a lot of times they can't control these spirits. These spirits will just go out and do whatever. They'll cause whatever havoc they feel that they need to, and like Genesis just said, they don't have morals the way a human being would say it. So now I got them disagreeing with each other. Ngolo says, yeah, they have morals. Genesis says, no, they don't. So you feel me?
No, we don't disagree. I don't disagree with what she said at all. I'm saying she's saying that the principles are objective, which to a certain degree, I'm not even to a certain degree. What she's saying is exactly correct. But again, when you interface, I'm talking about when you interface with the principles, there's objective morality, because if you abuse the way you utilize them, then it's going to come back on you. That's what I'm saying. The entities themselves are the principles, but it's not you ascribing evil or good to them objectively. It doesn't exist. But if you abuse the way you manipulate the principles, you're going to have consequences. So that innately has morality. It's morality. Yes. When you talk about Eshu or Elegba, if you go against the grain, there's going to be consequences. They're working for the positive and the betterment of the overall people, the quote unquote practitioners. That's what I'm like. The way you framing it, like it's this willy-nilly spirits that you conjure up and it's evil and nobody, like that's Hollywood spooky stuff, brother.
A lot of those spirits that he's talking about, the principles or whatever, because now they're running away from spirits. Now they're like, oh, principles.
Brother, you got pushback every time you said spirits, bro. Your listening comprehension is horrendous.
You haven't been listening.
Ad homs, right? It's all good. I know what happens with Ngolo, man. He just comes here and just throws ad homs whenever.
How did I show? I didn't throw an ad hom, bro. I said your listening comprehension is horrendous. I didn't say anything bad about you specifically.
So what does that mean?
I'm saying your listening comprehension. I'm not saying you're stupid or you're inherently there's something wrong with you. I'm just saying you don't have good listening comprehension skills. You can fix that if you listen actively.
End of the day.
This is a good question right here. Or someone, I don't even need to say, you don't have to specifically say it's equivalent to Satan, but name something that goes on that you would say, okay, yeah, something specific that we can hinge the conversation on. What specifically would you say happens in these spiritual systems that is absolutely evil and harmful? Easy Bands, this is for you, my friend.
Yeah. So like I said, these spirits, they basically they can afflict, injure, or kill. They cause illness, madness, sudden death. They cause all these things. They cause famine. And
doesn't God do that too in the Bible, though?
That's pure evil. No, but in the Bible, right? This is what we're talking about in the Bible. We're talking about divine justice. That's what happens. All right. And we have a righteous God in the Bible. These things, these spirits that we're talking about here, like I said, there's nothing about them being righteous. There's none of that. So he's just making that up whenever he tries to say they have a morality on the level that human beings can identify with it. That's not true at all.
Saying. So Easy Bands is basically saying, let me ask you, just to clarify, and then I'll hand it over back to you and they could get in here. So you're saying that it's not like, it's kind of like there's no moral compass, there's no bad or good compass. It's just they move the way they naturally move.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. So what do y'all think about that? Is that's
Genesis? I would like to, if I may, I would like to get in here, right? So sure. This brother is throwing stones in a glass house right now. Here's why I say this, because of the questions you asked him, Napa, right? So when we look in this Bible and we look at Joshua 6:11, we look at books and Bible verses like 32 and 12 through 16, right? Deuteronomy 7 and 1 through 2. We see where the Lord is commanding these people to kill people. We see that in the Bible. But when we go to the Yoruba traditions, right? We don't see any of that in their culture. Do you know why? Because their culture is built on community harmony, balance with nature, ancestral continuity, reciprocity. Reciprocity right there gives you a moral compass.
But brother, I like to because I don't want to do a what about is about the Bible. What you said was definitely valid though. But again, like what my thing with him is again he's admittedly, brother. Can you please stop speaking when I'm speaking? You hear that I'm speaking to you? I'm gonna let you speak.
I'm responding to the brother. They're able to
And
condemn.
then Easy Bands. Can he finish his? Let Ngolo finish that, and then we'll hand it over to you, and then we'll get to Rebel Ra. Go ahead, finish Ngolo, and then Easy Bands will come in and respond to you and Humble, and then we go to Rebel Ra. I see you, Rakufu. Peace. Go ahead, Ngolo, finish your thought.
So this is the crux of the matter logically. So we have a person that's coming on here telling me that I don't know that he's familiar with the culture, that he admittedly said that he's never practiced directly. He doesn't come from genetically. He doesn't come from ethnically. He doesn't come from linguistically, and he has no firsthand experience with it. He's I've seen based on some of his comments, he's Googled it sometimes. He's gonna come to me on here and tell me that I'm doing something with something that I have firsthand experience with, and that he admittedly said he doesn't. And he's coming on here and telling me that I'm morphing in to have an understanding that I do in any other realm or aspect or topic. How would this be able to be suffice? Like this is completely illogical. What he's like, it makes no sense.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ngolo. Go ahead, Easy Bands. Please reply to everybody, and then we'll get to Rebel Ra, and then Rakufu, you come in. Go ahead, Easy Bands. Thank you for waiting.
But I wanted to say something too as well.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, you want to say something to him before he responds?
I wanted to like get into because people like want to diminish the Orisha down to a spirit, and I want to correct
wait. Then no. You wait. Hold on, Genesis. Then you're taking it away from what he's going to respond to.
No. Because actually, it is going to break it down. Because here's the thing: what the Orisha are is primordial energy. Okay, it's not a being, it's not a spirit, not a god, not male or female, not evil or good. It is raw existence. Air is primordial. There is nothing. It's air. It's wind. It's whatever. Water is primordial energy. It existed way before ever anything that we could say is a spirit. So when you want to like minimize the Orisha down into a spirit, well, you're not giving it enough, of what it really is. So, and when you're talking about primordial energy, it's not that you can't label it as evil. So there you go.
So
all right. So let me let Easy Bands, if you can respond to Ngolo, Humble, and Genesis, and whoever's Reverend in the back. I need you to turn on your camera. I don't know who you are. I'd love to bring you up, but you have to turn your camera. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Easy Bands.
So the truth of the matter, and you guys seen that. I know you guys heard that and seen that. Ngolo didn't say nothing in regards to the argument I was making. He just went after me. So it's all good. But anyway, so when it comes to these spirits, like I was saying, they have spirits in this belief system that are you guys want to call them principles. It is what it is. But I have some sources that I can cite from scholarly works where a lot of practitioners are actually quoted describing these things as spirits and describing the use of what we would call like witchcraft or sorcery. These spirits being used to basically cause illness or harm to somebody else. That has been used. That has been described in a lot of sources. And the sites are there. If you guys want, when we come back, when everybody responds to me, I could bring some of these sources for you guys. On top of that, so we have peer-to-peer use of these spirits to bring harm to each other. And then on top of that, you have the spirits themselves. Once they choose to, if they want to, whenever they want to, they could come down and cause havoc. They don't have the same morals that we do. And the brother's shaking his head, but it's true. They come down, they cause havoc, they cause famine. And this also is recorded by practitioners. So I have that right here. When you guys are done responding to me, I'll bring some of the sources.
Okay, so
before I do that, do you guys agree that happens or not?
No, it's not formally Shay.
All right, now what's next? Who's next?
Okay.
No.
What I said happens in these beliefs.
No.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It can happen when you manipulate principles, but again, that's not formally Shay. That's not governed. That's not going to be sanctioned by any Babylao or Yanifa. That's
some of these spirits,
I
within
read
the
the
framework of
Bible
Shay.
some of these, some of the spirits I'm
spell
talking
work
about,
on
do
somebody. They can read Psalms.
hold
and
on,
do
do
the same
these
thing.
spirits cause harm on the people?
A principle can cause, the principles can cause harm on people. Yeah,
Now, Pa, you see that?
when
Right.
it's
I do
manipulated.
want to. Yeah. Let me say this though.
But
About
it's
the causing
outside the
harm.
framework of Ishay. That's the point you're missing. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Bro,
out
it's
of the
not
principles.
outside.
Okay,
It's part of the
let me turn the heat up a little bit, and I am going to you, Rebel Raw, but I'm gonna turn the heat up. Let Easy Bands get ready. But it's about when we stand in Torah. It says whether harm or good, you don't worship them because they're not your God. I don't care if they're doing the best thing ever for the world. You do not worship them. They are evil. So I want to take that position, kind of turn it up, regardless of if your position that you're saying Easy Bands, it's because they harm. But the Most High says in Torah, do not, when I say worship, don't you do necromancy, don't contact the spirits, don't reverence the spirits, don't venerate them, don't even acknowledge them. So hold that thought, Easy Bands.
All right.
If you want to grab some scriptures or if you want to do whatever, get ready. Rebel Ra, you want to jump in and you had something to say. And I know Ra Kufu, I'm going to bring you in after. Go ahead, Rebel Ra. You're muted.
Bouncing ideas. Easy Bands look like. Bless up to your brethren from the African land. You don't know.
Brother, bless up.
But at the same time, as a brother, I tell him, say, look like slave master, get to you. See? So, but guess what we are saying now? Guess what we are saying is, how can we explain Queen Nzinga running out the Portuguese? And how can we explain Queen Nyabingi beating the drums and harnessing the powers of the ancestors, just like the brethren telling you, through the real spiritual African spirituality, and conquer the Europeans? Was it because these so-called spirits came from out of somewhere and came down and fight the battle with them? Or were they harnessing energy amongst, as I said, the communal energy, defending each other, standing up for each other through integrity and love and all this reciprocity and all these things, right? Rather than we going to give it to this Yahweh God in the Bible that is more atrocious than probably any God that seems to exist, you know? So I would say to you is, look at Dirty Bookman. Are you familiar with Dirty Bookman and the revolution, the Haitian Revolution?
Well, just a little bit, to be honest. Just a little
Right. So Dirty Bookman, so be it, came from the African land and he was taken to Jamaica and he caused trouble in Jamaica and they took him to Haiti. And there he and Tusa Livatu and some entourage met up and decided to rile the people, them mentality, change their mindset of what's going on. But the story make it look like Dirty Bookman himself worked the obia, the voodoo, harnessing that energy, the ancestors' energy, which gave the people on the Haitian Revolution to have the courage to just, you know, take down the Frenchman. So was it the spirits that came from this, or is the belief you have that these things exist out of yourself? But the brethren Ngolo and the next sister in showing you say they don't exist out of yourself, because nature comes from outside and within. It's just the connection you got to make, trying to make it look like it's a God that's really coming from somewhere or has a fortress somewhere coming from somewhere and doing these things. Because I think you sound kind of confused, because in Zambia, you know, Jesus wasn't the first option, you know that. But at the end of the day, you came to the West and you pick up Jesus. You know what I'm saying? So, but at the end of the day, we should be grounded, just like we say in the Yoruba, the Akan, the Ifa, all of these people. We should be grounded because we don't know where we come from the west side. So to say, oh, we come from Ghana, we just trying to claim, because we're in the west, we just trying to claim the heritage that the history told us where we coming from. So I think we should harness the spirituality, so-called, even though I don't connect with the word spirits, but I have my reasons. But for the sake of the conversation, it's better to go with our African culture that been there way before Christendom and so-called Christianity. You know what I'm saying to you? These things been there from ever since. This is the way how we try to explain our existence, our connection with the earth, our connection with the elements. You know what I'm saying to you? So let's not take it out on some kind of, you know what I'm saying, irrational mindset. Yeah.
Thank you,
Bless.
Rebel Rock. Thank
Can
you
I
very
go?
much. I'm going to let
Go
Easy
down?
Bands. I'm going to let Easy Bands reply to that. It was a lot. So, and then I'm going to move on to Rakufu. And after you, Rakufu, we have someone named Reverend Green. So please reply to Rebel Raw, Easy Bands, and then we'll get to Rakufu.
So Rebel Raw, like, so I said this the other day when, salute, brother. You know, it's peace and blessings. It's all love.
Every time.
I appreciate the critique, although I don't respect it, because, ain't no, matter of fact, my family, we never went through slavery, so it's all good. But actually, maybe it might have occurred at one point on the continent, but yeah, we never went through slavery in terms of what a lot of people like you did. So, but
Were you ever colonized?
yeah, we were. So
Same,
that's
that's
why
what
I
he's
say,
saying. The colonizer got to
Just a
you.
minute. Yeah, just a minute. I don't mean you personally. I'm just mean the mindset.
Yeah.
Because Jesus is
Right.
a slave master mindset. You know what I'm saying? So from you talking Jesus, you're talking slave master, you know?
but
Yes,
Yeah.
okay. Go ahead, Easy Bands.
That's another like misnomer that I want to dispel. Like, how do you say Jesus is a slave master mindset when Jesus Christ is basically telling people to love each other, serve, the master should serve the people, except it's the opposite. Matter of fact, he's against that. And if we look at a lot of history where there have been like peaceful movements, actually scholarship on movements or revolutions, they look at violent ones versus non-violent ones, and they found that the non-violent ones are 2 times more successful than the violent ones. And we have examples of people that have mirrored Jesus's teachings. Like you have MLK, that's one. Gandhi, even though I don't respect Gandhi, he was a racist, but even he said, and he was a Hindu, right? Even he said that he got his nonviolent stance from Jesus. You feel me? So we have a lot of instances where Jesus's philosophy and theology worked in changing people's minds on a large scale. And we can even go to Christianity itself, its inception. So I don't know if you noticed, but the people that actually were pushing Christianity after the crucifixion of Jesus Christ and his resurrection were being persecuted for hundreds of years, right? But those people actually practiced what Jesus was teaching. They actually practiced love your neighbor, etc., right? Love your enemy. And that's why they transformed the people's minds around them, because what happened was there was a lot of things that was going on where they would actually take care of their enemies. So there were famines that would happen, there were wars that would happen, and they'll take care of their enemies. And the people around would look at these people and be like, damn, these guys, they're so, how can I put this? Like selfless, right? I'm an enemy, but they're still helping me during my hard times. And so that's what changed the people's minds around the area. And they adopted Christianity to the point where the biggest power in the area, Rome, adopted Christianity 300 years later. That's how powerful that movement is of nonviolence, of love, of peace, So when you look at it, and then you want to say that, you don't believe that God exists or whatever, to me, that logically doesn't follow. Anybody who thinks logically, I think you have to come to the conclusion that there is a creator. There's an almighty creator, because one, life can't come from non-life. All right. Everything you see around us has been said even the laws of physics, all that stuff, right? We have these laws, so there's information out there, there's laws, there has to be a lawgiver, you know? And so when I look at it, I have to look at it logically and say, hey, there's a God, because when I see intelligence on the ground, when we do intelligence, we leave signs of it. We look at the cosmos and we see intelligence there. So to me, it makes perfect sense that there is a creator. And when I look at the ones available to me right now, the truth seems to be Jesus Christ, because he came with the truth. There's no other religion that professes the truth that Jesus Christ did. But go ahead.
Okay, so it's my turn to speak.
I want a question. Is it Paulism or
okay? So now, when you said Easy Band the other day, that I don't, now correct me on, because it's a question, but I need to have some information before I ask it. I believe the other day you said your family or yourself left Zambia as refugees.
No,
no.
Are we going to stay? I want to stay on the topic of the spirituality.
No, we've never had civil war or anything like that would make me a refugee. There's no claim
I
like
wanted
that.
to hear that. I just wanted to clarify, because I've never heard, all the time I've met you on here and you being from the motherland, say any positive thing that was indigenous from the motherland without external Christianity. I've never heard you speak anything high on Africa.
Well, that's because we've never had any topics for me to do that.
Okay, now that's cool. So now, this is my question. In number 4, I looked up invocation, because you said about the Orishas being invoked and that they could do evil to people. I said, in number 4, exorcism, the invocation in Christianity, did the priest ever was wrong using their invoked spirits and it wound up hurting the person? Yes, there are well-documented cases where Christian exorcisms performed by priests using invoked spirit authority were wrong, misapplied, or abusive, and the person was seriously harmed or died. So your spirits kill wrongfully, like you trying to claim it say right here.
You didn't even read that right.
I did read it right. I read it perfect to you.
No, you didn't, because
you didn't comprehend it. You didn't comprehend it because it said yes, it does. The word was invoke, because I first thought, well, does Christians invoke as well? Yeah, they invoke spirits and they try to cleanse people in the name of their spirit. But there have been cases recorded where the person wasn't in possession, like the witch trials, and they killed innocent people by invoking these spirits and saying that they came up saying that they were. So your people do a lot of evil, but you're going to politically hold that again. You're going to smile that political smile and then say what you got to. Go ahead, though.
I mean, because you're conflating a lot of things, bro. You know, you're all over the place.
And then we're gonna move on. Then we're gonna move on to
no, because he get long-winded too. He get long-winded.
Yeah, he just had a whole 15 minutes.
Like a 10-minute dialogue, like a whole dialogue.
What are we talking about?
All right, so
Easy Band.
So how about
well, let's do this. How about this, everybody? Easy Bands, take 60 seconds to reply to Rakufu, and I can move on to Reverend Green and then hand the mic back to the entire panel. Please take it.
What your class said the same? I keep forgetting his name. I'm sorry. Humble was been trying to say something, but
but we have a newcomer to the panel. Okay.
That's my troll, by the way, in the pod. That's my troll. Just so
Who is your troll? Who is your troll?
Reverend Green is the.
Why didn't you say that before? I mean, I didn't know that. God dang. Well, I won't be having anybody get trolled on here, so I'm gonna have to. You're sure this is the guy, right?
Yeah.
I have to remove you. I can't have you harassing anybody. So thanks for letting me know. Okay, now back to Easy Band. He has to reply to Rakufu, y'all. And then I agree with that though. Y'all keep it. I'm not trying to be a Gestapo, but when you start going on and on and on and on,
right.
Oh, try to keep it at a and I'm not talking about Easy Bands. I'm talking about I do the same thing. We got to try to rein it in. So let's all try to be respectful of everybody's time. Go ahead, Easy Bands. I'm talking about myself too. Go ahead.
All right. So as far as what Rakufu brought up, again, it kind of seems like it's all over the place. He's saying that there's been cases where people are found to have been harmed by a priest doing an exorcism. Am I correct?
Wait, what?
Yes, please keep let me put it this way. From what he read, he said Christians in the witch trials used the Bible to invoke the spirit. Like, for instance, they tied women to chairs. They said, if we throw
That's
in the
not
water,
true. What? I'm
yeah, actually,
confused.
it is. I'm going to let you come in here, Noel. You've been really patient. Listen, during the witch trials in Salem, women were thrown into bodies of water like lakes, and then if the woman did not, they said if the spirit of God allows her to float, she's a witch. If she sinks, if she sinks and drowns, we can't say the F word, Noel. If she sinks and drowns, then she's not a witch. It was ridiculous. So basically, what Rakufa was saying, Easy Bands, and then respond, because Ngolo and Genesis want to get back in here.
And people have schizophrenia and stuff like that, and they mistook it as a spirit possession, and they would be up in there doing the Hail Mary and all that stuff for hours and hours, for days on days. People were, and then the poor person with schizophrenia was dying and everything like that. So let's not pretend like they was not misdiagnosing people and trying to get the demons out of them. Like
what are you talking about? Catholicism and exorcisms?
All that stuff. Use it.
I don't know about that one. I gotta. You and I are gonna have to have a little smoke session.
There was documentation about that, about them exorcism. They was up there, and the power of Christ compels
that happens in everything, though. That happens in everything. That happens in everything, including.
No, you're right, Nepal, but that was my point, that he was throwing the mirror at us, saying that ours are invoked and that they are so hard, but his have been invoked and their priests misread, if that's what you want to call it.
Right. Okay, so both of you, you and Genesis are right then. Okay, so let's get back to him, though. I want to just say this, Easy Bands. You got to come in with a little bit more fire with the scriptures if you're going to fight them on its evil, because... You know what I mean? Come on in, and then I'm gonna give you some time. I know I cut you off. What do you think? What do you think there's about what they're saying? Genesis and Rakufa.
So basically, we're talking about two different things now, because they're talking about, again, they're talking about people corrupting and using the Bible to do whatever they wanted to do. They had that witch hunt or whatever it is, but none of that stuff they're talking about.
But the Bible says, "Suffer not a witch to live."
Yeah, but you can't find any of those.
So it's not just the people's feelings. It was the Bible. I'm not getting involved, but the Bible does say, don't let witches live.
And don't,
but in Christianity,
I got to say this.
Let me let him respond, Rakufu.
No, I will right now.
Please.
I want to know the context. So I'm just saying.
Oh, I called you honey. Never mind. Sonetter, do not come for me. I meant to say, like, in an endearing way.
All right,
patient, Rakufu, let him respond.
I will, Nepal. I just want him to know in what context. All I'm saying is that, like you said, some of the Yoruba priests did things in bad taste and was doing the manipulate. Some of those Christian Catholics were doing political stuff to kill those people for stuff too. So
I'm off of it. I correct myself. You and Genesis had a great point, so I get it. Now back to him. The Bible says, "Suffer not a witch to live," and in Christianity they would consider ephod priestesses, people who practice voodoo, people who do all these. They'd say, "Oh, that's witchcraft." So what do you have to say about that?
So all right, let me just break it down right quick. So Rakufu, the difference in what I'm saying is that with these with the example that you brought up, right? None of that stuff is backed by Christianity. Like if you look at Jesus Christ's teachings, it doesn't back you going out and burning witches on the stake, etc., etc. It doesn't do that, right? So when those people were doing all those things, they were corrupting the Bible in order to do that. And on top of that, the Bible doesn't instruct you to call on certain spirits or whatever and get them to do evil or cause harm on other people. It actually forbids that. And I'm going to go on and look up some verses like Nepal was talking about when I get a chance right quick. I'll look up some verses showing how adamantly the Bible actually rejects that notion. So that's the difference. With African spiritual belief systems, like I said, these spirits are just there, bro. You know, a lot of them are uncontrollable. A lot of them are dangerous. So you'll find situations where there's peer-to-peer use of these spirits to bring harm upon each other. You'll find situations where the spirit itself brings harm upon the community or an individual.
Okay.
You know, for whatever reason. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
So
you, Easy
Nepal,
Bands.
finish?
I want Humble to get in here, though,
All right,
Rakufu.
I will. This is it. I said, so does
Mhm.
Christianity have the priest call on certain saint spirits to get answers? Yes, and some branches of priests do call upon specific saints for help, guidance, or intervention. Go ahead, y'all.
Thank you, Rakufu. Okay, Humble, come on in.
No, I don't
Be
think
right
he's done.
back.
I don't think he's done.
He's
What's
done.
that?
No. Humble
ahead.
was gonna come in, I thought, but go ahead, Ngolo. I don't see Humble's not there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying like okay, so this is when because I don't want to do the whataboutism stuff because I like everybody what Christianity does is cool, but I'm trying to him substantiating the evil within the quote unquote African spirituality and with the spirits. Again, like I keep saying, when you if you're directly trying to utilize the principle against someone, if that is not founded, if somebody did a harm to you directly, it's going to come back on you. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't understand. Like there's I don't know how else I could frame it to where it's clear. He keeps trying to frame this like it's these spirits are wanted. I mean, wanting just causing harm, and nobody can control them. And the principle is can be independently evil. Like to be honest, I've tried to articulate the point to where he understands it, but he keeps going back to the mundane his mundane opinion. But I mean, I don't know. Like he needs to substantiate it.
Okay, thank you. What do you say about that? Anybody? Easy Bands? Are you? Is
I understand what he's saying, but because he's changing energy and principles into a wicked spirit. So
right?
yeah, that's it.
Sure. Go ahead, Genesis.
I want to just say this because I just want to just make this statement because I think that we're all over here trying to make it seem like the Bible don't have no spells in it. And Psalms 109 calls for an enemy's children to be fatherless and their lineage cut off. These are spells that people use, and they will say, go to Psalms 1. Happy is the one who listen, Psalms 137:9. Happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. Psalm 35, ask God to pursue enemies with destruction. Psalm 69, praise for enemies to be blotted out of the book of life. Now, these are things that people use in spells against other people that are using this against. So why would you're saying that this thing over here that people could use it the wrong way? Well, okay, Christianity has a book that could be used the wrong way, the same thing. And people do it. I know people that actually use Psalms. They say, well, somebody's doing something against you, go ahead, open up Psalms.
The book of spells.
It
really
in
is.
the Bible and do all kind of wild stuff. And this stuff really does work because I've seen it work on people.
Because you've done a couple of them, huh? I'm
No,
not
I
mad.
haven't. I ain't did it.
I'm
No,
not mad at you. I am not mad at you. Okay.
But
I have not done it.
within the framework of Isheshe, though, again, if you are utilizing because the Orisa is to serve the individual that is calling upon it if it's living according to what is supposed to be according to the taboos. If you try to utilize the Orisha in a way that is not justified, you're going to have consequences, and it's not going to be effective on the other person. And especially if you're talking about peer to peer, because they're going to have spiritual protection, quote unquote spiritual protection, and it's just going to come back on you. Now, people that utilize stuff, like I said, when you become aware of the knowledge, when you go through the Shephai and the Tefai, you become aware of certain principles. But those principles are not within the principles that are utilized independently to where it's quote unquote evil or the quote unquote fetishes that other people use that's outside of I would say I don't want to use that term, that outside of the regulated ones of Isheshe. That's not those principles are not within the formulated, organized what you're being directed to do.
So it comes back.
So
Okay, real
again,
quick, I want to
you.
say, I'm sorry, go ahead,
No, my
Angola.
bad. You
I'm
can go ahead.
sorry.
I've been speaking a lot. You
No,
good.
it's my bad. Finish your thought, and I'm going to move on.
No, you can, as far as like utilizing it, you can go forward and create stuff that's outside of the I would say the realm that's regular. But again, that's not going to be sanctioned by any righteous Babalawo or Yani Fa. It's not going to happen. And it, again, if you go against what you've been directed to do as far as your taboos, and you try to utilize the principles for evil, you're going to have bad consequences, and it's not going to be worth it.
So let me just ask you some quick yes or no questions.
Real easy, bands. Hold your thought. I just want to say this. This person right here, Genesis, said they're not coming in to talk to you, and I don't think this is the guy. So, Reverend Green, if you have something to add to the build, and you're not addressing anyone on the panel in a personal way, and if you're not addressing Genesis in and speaking disparagingly, what do you want to add? Otherwise, we can't really have that kind of party. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, what would you like to add?
I think there's a misrepresentation and people say what they said, but I heard what you said, Nepal.
Go ahead, let's hear from you. You can add.
Yeah, a lot of this is new age stuff. A lot of us aren't living in the 1700s. We're not living in the 1800s where people didn't have technology like how we do today to dumb our consciousness down. Also, still to this very day in Nigeria, they practice eating the dog at Ogun festivals to this very day. So what was said earlier is in actual fact another lie. Someone was reporting that they don't consume the god when they still do, just like every other thing outside of Christianity, Islam, and Hebrew, Judaism. They have kind of moved away from that, but they practice that as well.
Can you turn your camera on?
No, he doesn't have to turn his. He already showed himself. He doesn't have to turn his camera on.
When did anybody say that there's no consumption of it? I don't understand. Like, no, you said it was a lie.
Well,
who lied? Who
earlier, Genesis, before you came in, Ngolo, she was bringing up that they don't consume the god or the dog.
They call it for meat.
No, you're not supposed to have dogs. That's a part of the taboo.
Right. However, we know that
consumption of it, that's just regular. A bush dog is just considered regular bush meat. It's like people eating raccoon in the United States. Like,
it's not a regular bush dog.
No, I'm saying.
Well, wait, Ngolo,
I'm saying
let me catch up to speed. One second, Ngolo. We were saying earlier, like 3 hours ago. We've been here a minute.
Phagio, the Greek word, yeah.
Yeah. Say it again. What it's called?
Phagio.
Well, phagio of the god. So I forgot the beginning. There's another part. I think it's called homophagio. But I was asking because I heard Genesis had said, and Humble were having a conversation, and it was interesting where she said that the god Ogun ate his dog.
Orisha,
and
not the god. Orisha.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. The Orisha ate the dog. And so I asked, is it like
yeah,
excuse me?
Orisha the saint.
I'm gonna let you come in and hold 1 second, Reverend. I'm gonna let you come in and address it, Genesis, because it was a conversation, you and Humble. So Ngolo, that's what it was. I was saying, is it like transubstantiation in the Eucharist, or is like eating the God? You know how Jesus says, "Eat me." So
it's not for consumption of Ogun. I don't like. What is he? I don't understand what his premise is.
That's my mistake.
No, Ogun is linked to the dog because the dog is with Ogun when he clears the path. But I don't understand what he's saying as far as the consumption of the dog. How is that substantive to what she said?
That's a great question, sir. First of all, to this very day in Nigeria, around the summer solstice, they consume the dog, which is 404 meat over there. That's what they call it, 404 meat. like the letter, like the number 4, 0,
Brother, I'm
4.
aware. You don't have to.
All right, and it's not that I don't have to, is that I am speaking the truth.
Okay, keep going. So in Nigeria,
I'm not saying they're evil people, but that's what they do, and they've been doing
No,
it.
I was saying as far as the pronunciation. I was just saying that you don't have to say the 404 as far as like saying this by the number. I'm aware of the.
I can't say by the number because that's how they
Okay,
call it.
got it. But I needed to hear I don't know what 404 is, so you got to explain that later, Angola. But back to what you're saying. So they do, in fact, you're saying they eat it for spiritual reasons. That's the point that Genesis is going to address.
Yes,
Is that what you're saying?
In Ogun State in Nigeria, they have this festival called Ogun Festival, and they still eat it to this very day around the summer solstice.
So
Okay,
just like we eat goat during certain ceremonies.
Yeah, it's not a consumption of Ogun. That's what it's not. No, that's not what it is.
It's like running with the bulls in Spain. You know how they make a mockery in Spain. They run with the bulls because the bull is symbolic to the black male Moor, chasing them and invading their space in Spain. So they mock that ritual every summer.
Sort of like Christian.
Yeah, but they're not consuming Ogun though. That's the entire point. Ogun is not.
It's not about them consuming Ogun. They're performing a ritual. They're performing a ritual that Ogun would be appeased by.
Yeah, of course. They would. What did she say that goes against that? That the entire the Isheshe, what they call it, the masquerade. The Isheshe masquerade is the ritual of the ancestors. What are you saying? I don't understand how that correlates to what she said.
In America, they want to come up with their own modified version.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. Again, I said substantially explain how it's how the ritual is consuming Ogun. Yes, the ritual is I put
a video right there story. in the back comment.
The pause question was that when we do this animal sacrifice, is that like a symbolism of consuming the god or the Orisha? No, it is not.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Of course not. And then how does that festival show that? That's what I'm saying. Asking him.
Let's let him answer because this is actually interesting.
They still practice. I know there's a lot of it's sentimental right now. You don't eat the dog,
brother. Address the question. You keep going around and you're not addressing the question.
Okay, everybody, let's do one more. And listen, everybody. I want you to answer the question and really be clear on what you're saying, Reverend. Yeah. What's your name, Reverend Green? And then I'm going to hand the mic back over to anybody on the panel, but Ngolo first because he's
yeah, I just want to say what's the question when I get a chance. Suntan.
Okay, great. Now let's hear from him. Is it about a symbol? Is it like the Eucharist, like Jesus saying, drink the wine and eat the body? Okay, elaborate, please.
Except that they're really eating the dogs to this very day. There is no substitution. You can play the video in the back. There's a short video.
Yeah, that's Ogun. They're not eating Ogun.
You got the video?
Yes, it's in the back.
Reverend Green, when you eat your pork chops on Christmas, what are you eating?
I don't eat pork chops.
Not you. I mean,
it's been years.
That's you. I'm saying your congregation eats pig.
This is the point. You're missing.
Yeah, he's not addressing the point. That's what I'm saying. He's saying that
the point.
No, you're not. You stated
just like how the Orisha would eat the dog.
How you eat the pig? I got you.
Yeah, but again, she's talking about directly somebody saying that this is the flesh, like eating the deity. No, yeah, the ritual and the ceremony. Yes, it's replicating the story, but it's not eating the deity or the entity. That's what she's saying substantively. Yeah, what the ritual you're providing is not displaying that.
Ngolo,
When they
tell
eat
us
the
what it
dog,
is
they're not saying this
specifically.
is
What is it?
Ogun's
Why are
body
they eating
broken
the
for
dog?
me.
Okay,
This is
so we
Ogun's
acknowledge that they eat the dog then. Okay.
Ngolo,
Yeah,
tell us
that's
Alright, so
regular bushmeat. Like I don't know what you're trying to. Yeah, of
that's
course.
regular bush meat?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
It's
Okay, let me say that.
if you go
because
to the
you're
village, you're gonna
westernized,
see
Green.
dog.
You eat
That's
pigs.
sell
Okay.
with bushmeat.
Ham hocks.
Right. So now we've established that if they do eat dogs, Reverend came in with some new information. You got somebody on your team here, Easy Bands, because now Easy Bands, is that evil according to the Bible to eat dog?
Well, yeah, I think that is evil to eat dog, but not only that, it's evil because it's being dedicated to the God that's being represented by that dog. And like I said, you know what the brother did? He just showed that the whole system, this belief system, it comes, all these things that we're showing you people are included in this belief system.
From a Christian
Right? That's what we're saying, because if you understand that, then it will disengage Ngolo's argument that he's trying to make. He's trying to say that, oh, there's a right way to do things and you can be a good, but then you can't separate the evil side from the good side with these.
What are you, bro? This is what I'm, bro. Listen.
You get to do that though, bro.
No, but what is it, bro? What is he? Okay, so explain to me how a ritual that is replicating a story, that a story or oral tradition that is evil, because they're replicating all of the rituals and the ceremonies are doing. When you look at the Shay masquerade, when it goes around town telling joking with people, telling everybody what they've been doing around the community, how that's a ritual coming down from an oral tradition story. Like I don't wonder how is that evil?
Can I add on, sir?
It makes no sense.
May I add on, sir?
Ngolo, this is how he's making it evil.
Right?
Green is
May I
saying
add on, sir?
in the Western world,
Hold
we
on.
don't eat dog, so that's a bad thing to eat dog. But he eats pig. If he don't, his congregation do. In the Eastern world, that could be nasty.
You guys,
Yeah,
May
he's
I add
talking
on,
about
sir?
dedicating it to the thing. So listen, both sides are look it's great. Let me
Indians
answer.
don't eat cow. Indians don't
Let
eat
me
cow.
let Humble get in here, and then we're going to let you guys continue. Humble, what do you want to say? I
I'm
see you
going to
raising
be
your hand.
really quick. I am not going to be long-winded at all. I just want to let everybody know which everybody do see. Easy Bands is throwing stones in a glass house. He is saying this is evil, that is evil, but his own tradition do these things, right? The Israelites sacrificed rams in the name of Yahweh and then ate those rams. He's accusing these people of doing that and saying that's evil, but he's doing the same thing. The Christian people ate the blood in the body of Christ. They still practice communion. This is evil, but yet he's saying these people are evil for doing these things. Man, look, this is hypocrisy right here.
How is it functionally evil though? That's what I'm trying to understand. How is sacrificing? And it's not even sacrifice like that, because that's just a ritual. But I'm saying, like, even with the consumption of it, how is that functionally evil? Who is it being harmed by that?
Who's Kemetic here? Anybody Kemetic?
No, address the question.
Okay, so
no, we don't have
it's
any
like
Kemetic people up here today. But go
Address
ahead.
the question, man.
It's just like this. It's like this.
Let's hear
Would
it.
the Kemites eat Anubis? Would they eat a dog to
No.
You can't
No,
put
of
that
course.
together, though. You can't put that
would they,
together.
so as you see, like in Thailand and the Philippines, to this very day, around the month of April, in memory of Passover, they beat themselves with chains and whips, the cat o' nine tails, and they bang their nails in their hands and nail themselves to a cross to this very day.
And they're Christian, right?
And they're
Catholic.
Christian.
Okay.
Or whatever they are.
Catholic, whatever.
What I'm saying is just acknowledge, because I see that a lot of people just they want to push the memories away and say, hey, oh, nobody eats dogs over there or to celebrate Ogun.
Nobody said that.
Yeah, nobody. I don't like. You're not even addressing the question, man.
That is the answer.
You made a statement categorically saying it's evil. We're asking you to functionally demonstrate how it is evil.
I never said those people.
It's not. Then that's not directed towards you. That's Easy Bands or whoever said that it's categorically evil.
Easy Bands said it's evil, and he's going to stand on that with the Bible. Correct, Easy Bands?
Hey, Elder
right
Elder
now,
Suntan, let me just tell Elder Suntan something.
I wanted to
Here.
clear up the truth.
Okay,
One
I'm
mic
stealing
and
the
fall,
dogs.
please.
Elder
One,
Suntan.
one
Yes,
mic.
sir.
I'm
You
about
are
to
not
leave here, Elder
consuming
Suntan. I want you to
We
know one
can't hear
thing.
anybody. You guys are
Yeah, hold
wasting
up,
your breath.
Genesis. I'm just
One
trying to.
mic.
You
One
guys are
mic.
wasting your
Yeah.
breath, all of
Let-
you. I can't even hear myself. Go ahead,
sorry to pause. I'm just telling
Genesis.
the
You can come
Elder.
in after Rakufu.
Okay,
Go
I'm
ahead,
just telling Elder.
Rakufu.
I'm getting off the lie, Elder. But I don't want to hear next time we on this panel and Sinetta's up here. You don't spank him how we spanked the Knicks tonight by 31. I'm out.
All right, thank you, Rakufu. Always coming in with the facts. All right, now we're gonna get
No
in
one's gonna
here.
spank me up in here.
Easy Bands and
Yeah.
Genesis want to reply. So let's go to Genesis first, replying to Reverend, and Ngolo already said that's irrelevant, that's not evil. But Reverend said he's neutral, he's just bringing information. Easy Band said, I got this, Reverend, it is evil because Torah says so. Genesis wants to reply, and then we'll go to Easy Bands. Go ahead, Genesis.
So I will say this, is that if a person does a sacrifice of a goat, okay, and they do it for whatever the ceremony is, they are not consuming the orisha in which the ceremony is for. And that was the context that we were talking of. Not the fact that they don't consume this and they don't consume that. When a chicken is sacrificed, okay, and that chicken is used and we eat the chicken, we're not consuming osun. We are just eating chicken, you know. And so if they sacrifice a dog for Ogun and then they consume, because they eat dog over there anyway, even without a ceremony, when you go to their marketplace, there's a whole bunch of, there's rats. They eat a bunch of other stuff that's different, that we would be like, oh my God, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's called bushmeat.
Yeah, they
Right.
eat different stuff. So
Baby
we can,
gorillas.
so we would be
Nah,
like,
that's
oh,
not bushmeat.
It is bushmeat. You go to bro. Have you ever been?
ain't that what Terry the she call it bushmeat?
That's not bushmeat. Y'all know what bushmeat really is. That's not
Baby
No,
bushmeat.
bro. Have you ever been? Have you ever been to Nigeria before?
Yeah, rats are considered bushmeat, though.
Yeah.
Dogs are not.
Yeah, but how can you? Who are you to define what bushmeat is in their context, brother? When you go to a bushmeat market in Nigeria, you're going to see dog head. Like, what are you talking about?
Can I read something really fast, Napa? Maybe
Sure,
it can
and
fit
then
into all of this.
then we get of course.
In Nigeria, is dog considered bushmeat? Yes, in many parts of Nigeria, dog meat is considered a type of bushmeat and is consumed culturally, traditionally, and
On a regular basis. Thank you.
So it is considered bushmeat. Yes, dog is considered bushmeat.
I didn't know that.
Okay, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Okay.
I mean, now I see why you brought that up. I know it wasn't for a substantive argument. I see what you were doing.
You can't do that over here, though, right?
So first,
I don't care. You can't eat horses over here. In Mongolia, you can eat horses. Who cares?
The reason why,
Yeah, that's true. They do eat horse meat in Japan. It's like eating ground beef here. So let me say this though. Getting off of the dietary conversation, it's not getting off of it. Let's take it back to the topic of, is it evil? Go ahead, Easy Bands.
Yeah. So the reason why the Reverend, brought that topic up, I think, is to show that it's evil, and this is how. Because they're basically doing it to appease an evil spirit, a spirit that's dangerous, because I know if I just say an evil spirit, a lot of people are going to get triggered. But according to the Bible, a lot of these spirits, there's no other way to put it, they're evil. And according to your own philosophy about it, they don't really have the same moral standards or ethics that human beings can basically identify in terms of good or righteous or this or that. They don't follow that type of thinking. They just do what they do.
But doesn't the Bible say that humans are inherently evil?
And like I said, so just 1 second.
So how can you use the thing about the humans?
Just 1
humans
second.
are inherently evil.
Just 1 second before before I answer that. So the concept of Aseh, right, is an invisible. Let me just read.
It's Ashe.
Okay, whatever. However you want to pronounce it. Is an invisible.
No, that's what it's called.
Okay, brother.
Okay, thank you, Ngolo. Let's hear him. It's Ashe. Okay.
Okay, Ashe is an invisible.
Okay, go ahead.
power, sometimes equated with witchcraft. Practitioners distinguish Ashe, Wiwi, from Ashe or Ashe Wewe. Belief includes that those using the destructive aspect, Isaiah could harm or even kill others. So this is what I'm saying. The belief system itself has evil within it. Like it has a bad aspect of it that is in the belief system itself. You can't separate it. The good comes with the bad. You see? So you can use it from peer to peer. And those things also happen from the spirit itself through the priest, or from the spirit itself without the priest. The spirit itself can just decide to bring havoc, bring destruction upon the people. And like I said, this is coming from practitioners. It's not coming from me. It's not coming from anthropologists. It's coming from practitioners that say
You
this.
just read that. What practitioner did that come from?
Yeah, because it's using witchcraft. I don't.
You're reading like a book. You're reading like a Google search.
Yeah, it said witchcraft. That which can you which Bible level said that?
When you say
And
witchcraft,
my question would be, then how come your tradition is able to do it?
Hold on.
Why is your tradition able to sacrifice rams and eat them? If it's evil,
why is God telling your people to like kill all their?
Let's stay on African spirituality though. We know we know how they stuff operates. We don't want to make it a whataboutism because that makes it look like we're deflecting.
Exactly.
How do you spell God backwards? How do you spell God backwards?
The English language, God is Yahweh. So
interesting.
In Hebrew Israelite, so get backwards is he Yah.
And so this sounds like some type of authority type of things. This is why I keep going there, Angola, because it seems
and
like
nobody's clean up in here with these religions.
Y'all can't do it. We can do it. Let's have one mic, guys. In faith and in good favor, but y'all can't do it because now that's demonology and witchcraft. That's why we have
what I just said, though.
Because that's
provide the Bible that said that, or Yanni fired a practitioner, which so I can go back and fact check it.
He was getting stuff off ChatGPT instead of looking it up real practice.
Stop it.
Well, he's not the only one that does that. Let's not do that. Listen, I want to say this. I'm about to close the show.
But no, he said that it was from a practitioner that I didn't.
That's
say
what I mean about that, man. They just some people just be lying to him.
I know. We're getting ready to close. I know. I hear you, Genesis. I hear you, Genesis.
This is real.
Okay.
That said this.
Okay. He said it was a practitioner. Let me say this. You know, I know I have my show that I was doing, Can You Stand on It, but I'm gonna do a little Can You Stand on It in here. I'm gonna make an assessment at the end of this on who really stood on their ground here. And Easy Bands, Reverend came in and he did give you a little bit of a spark, but your battery's on like 40%. You got to come in with some fire. I'm going to be closing this down in another 5-10 minutes. I want to ask you. I want to ask it.
Good night.
We're going to go around and say good night, but I want to ask you, Easy Bands, give you one last chance. Where are you showing them that it's inherently evil to just, and it's not your only statement in your defense, but last night we had some brothers say voodoo is evil. And so where's it evil? Where's the real evil? Not, they might harm you because the Most High is terrible. The Most High will harm, right? Where is the evil? Where is the actual evil in the African spiritual system? I'm going to let you respond. I'll give you even a good 2 minutes, and then I'm going to go around to the people who practice and let them respond, and then I'm going to make my assessment and chat. Hit the like. I also want you to make an assessment on who stood their ground and who's convincing you. Is it evil or not? Go ahead, Easy Bands.
So it's evil for the reasons that I'm about to bring up, because it leads to, well, if you practice those beliefs, right? Like I said, a lot of those spirits, they actually bring harm upon humanity. And that's coming from the practitioners themselves. The priests will tell you that, and that's why you have priests who are supposed to be able to manage these spirits. They're not able to manage these spirits. If anything, sometimes, the spirit will control the actual priest and have him do evil acts. And so there's recorded incidents where people have had mob justice. They formed up in mobs and went after the priests, right? Like Ngolo said, you know, some of these spirits will bring calamity to you and your generations after that. So basically, let me go through some biblical verses that speak on spirits. So let's read from Deuteronomy 18, 10 to 12. This is basically in the Bible, God telling the people to avoid dealing with spirits or dealing with any culture that does that. So here we go. There shall not be found among you anyone who practices divination or tells fortunes or interprets omens or a sorcerer or a charmer or a medium or a necromancer or anyone who inquires of the dead, for whoever does these things is an abomination to the Lord. There's a reason for this, because a lot of these spirits are there to simply corrupt humanity. And that's why God doesn't want human beings basically communing with these lesser spirits. All right, there's another one from Leviticus 19:31. Do not turn to mediums or necromancers. Do not seek them out, and so make yourselves unclean by them. So these are just a few verses to show that the Bible is very strict against going to these type of priests or whatever to consult spirits. So I'll just leave it there for now. You know, it's basically inherently evil, like, to be honest with you. But for political correctness, we're not gonna just paint it out as evil, but it is.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming in here and standing for what you believe. Look at how your brothers left you up here, Gideon and Black Sage. Shame on you. Well, I will move on to someone else who I have a poll going in the chat. Yeah, actually, Ngolo, I was gonna let the Reverend Green another.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, you go.
And then I'm gonna bring you right in, and then after you, I'll get Humble. Everybody will follow along and close out. So hold your thought. Thank you. You guys, I have a poll. Join in. What do you think, Reverend Green? Is it evil? Or is African spiritualism evil? Or spiritual system? I know Genesis doesn't like me saying, but the practice of their, their traditional systems. You know what I'm saying? Is it evil? Is it evil? Close out. Thank you for joining. Close out.
That's a great question. Yes, it is evil.
Anything else before I move on?
Yes, it is evil. It hasn't been doing the people on the continent any good. That's how come they gravitate more towards secular Abrahamic faiths such as Islam and Christianity. To this very day, less practitioners or believers in the faith of indigenous African faiths, such as Ifa, are practiced in comparisons to Christianity and Islam. That should tell people that something right there.
Okay, wow, that he said a lot.
60% of the continent.
Oh, okay.
Does not practice Ifa.
Okay. All right.
They practice Islam and and Christianity. Also,
all right. Thank you.
Lastly, I was going to say this.
Finish up.
In Genesis 22, verse 1 through 19, you'll understand that when God of Abraham told him to sacrifice his son, Isaac never came off that mountain, Moriah. If you read it carefully, he never came down. Only Abraham and his caravan, his little slave that helped him up there. That's the only two people who came down.
Uh-oh, you threw a wrench in it.
And that's called midrash. If you understand Judaism, they have this investigative biblical
Yeah,
source called
with the
Midrash.
rabbis. Yes,
Right.
Maimonides. Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate you adding. Okay, y'all, you heard from Reverend Green. Thank you so much. Let's get to Ngolo. Ngolo, did they prove today that African spiritualism and spirituality is evil?
I mean, from their standpoint and framework, it's going to be inherently evil because of the book they follow. So, and their objectively and functionally, no, they didn't prove it. But from their perspective, it's going to be evil, like I said. But what he stated about Africans not practicing African spirituality today, yeah, that's exactly why the continent is in shambles now. People are trying to be Europeans, they're trying to be Arabs, and that's exactly why people are able to come in and extract the resources. They want to be everything but who they are in reality. They're disgracing their ancestors and they're calling their ancestors primitive, backwards, and evil. That type of thought process is how you can get people coming into the Congo, taking all the coltan, taking all the cobalt for little to nothing. Ever since Abrahamic religions have come onto the continent, it's been nothing but negativity and destruction. If you look at all the major empires from Songhai, Mali, the fall when as soon as they adopted Islam, within 200 years it fell. So and that was destabilized by the Almoravids. When you look at the Congo Kingdom, as soon as they adopted Christianity, they began to fall and everything went awry. So you on the continent, people that want to be Christians, you will have your right to, but you are a disgrace to your ancestors, in my opinion. But in regards to it being evil, they can have that opinion. Again, I have no qualms about them having that opinion of it being evil. I know how it operates in reality and the benefits of it, but they're entitled to their opinion. Did they prove it? No, they didn't prove anything. And I would like to see that source for and what specific Babalawo used the term witchcraft in the source that he provided before he leaves, please. Thank you. I'll let somebody else speak.
Thank you so much, Ngolo. I'm going to move on to Genesis, and then Humble, you're up next, and then everybody else. Genesis, what do you think? Is it evil? Did they prove anything? Easy Bands and the Reverend?
He didn't logically prove anything. All he did was basically cite his own belief system based on his colonized Zambian culture that is 95% Christian, and his hatred for his own original probably cultures that existed. And what happens is that he tries to equate his culture in Zambia to what we're speaking of over here in West Africa and Kemet, and saying that, well, based on me on the outside looking in, going to a city or whatever, that little like township, and what I saw, well, that is evil based on my Christian view of things. So that's the same thing as the colonizer who went in and saw a bunch of people practicing their beliefs and then decided, you know what, these people are savages and they need to come over to the Christian mindset and take away all of that and become Christians, you know. So all he is basically he's basically following his colonizer. So it's interesting that he would say that, you know, Mahatma Gandhi, he doesn't respect him because he was a racist, but then he takes on the religion of the colonizer and then tries to down the original traditional religion and society and way of life of the original people in Africa, and utilizing the colonizers' religion. But, you know, okay, you say, oh, well, Christianity was from Africa too. Well, you know, it wasn't from Zambia. So y'all wasn't practicing Christianity before the colonizer came. And so now I believe that is a form of, you know, just self-hatred. And it's sad to see. I think that possibly you should probably go and actually learn a little bit about those things, those religions that are in those little small townships, so you could actually get some more perspective versus looking on the outside, looking anywhere of things you don't understand, and then getting up here and thinking that you know about the entire continent of African spirituality and saying that they're all inherently evil because this one book that you rely so much on that has equivalent practices. You're talking about Leviticus saying that, you know, hey, we can't do this and we can't do that, and that's against Leviticus. Meanwhile, all through the Bible, they're doing the exact same thing But you know, God is asking for blood instead of a Orisha. God wants a sacrifice. God wants you to do this, and God wants you to do that. God is possessing people. So we might just say the Orisha wants a sacrifice for the Orisha, whatever, for good luck or whatever. But honey, God wants the sacrifice. He wants the blood in the ancient text of Christianity and Hebrewism. So I don't know. You know, I don't. It's like almost like the pot calling the kettle black. You pointing at us, but you got 3 or 4 or 5 fingers pointing right back at you. You got one person, small people eating some dog or whatever, honey, they eat dog over there. You know, so what? You know, but I mean, I'll just land my plane with that.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you, Genesis. I'm gonna take you off the big screen. Let's move on to Humble. Thank you for being here all this time, Humble. What do you say? What's your assessment after all of this? Did Easy Bands and Reverend Group? Excuse me?
You still got me up here.
I know, I'm gonna get it off. I have to go back to my computer. Did Easy Bands and Reverend Green prove that African spirituality, that Ngolo and Genesis are wrong? Talk to us and close out. Thank you, Humble.
Yes, ma'am. I know you seen me all night, Sister Napa, shaking my head.
Yes, and I appreciate you. I like you joining in. You have some great questions. I'm gonna get her off the screen, but go ahead. Just continue. I'm muting out.
They actually did a horrible job trying to prove that African spirituality is evil. I want to, give shouts out to the Sister Genesis and to the other brother. They said, and we all gonna say the same thing. This brother did a great job at throwing rocks and hiding his hand, right? He made a great case for himself as being the king of the flim flams, as far as I'm concerned, right? How he didn't deal with the Crusades of the Middle East that I brought up, and these are things I brought up, let alone the things that the other brothers and sisters brought up. But he didn't deal with the Crusades of the Middle East, right? But yet he want to deal with that African spirituality promote the harmful of other people, right? But he didn't want to deal with that on his end. He wanted to bring up, they ate dogs, but he didn't want to deal with the fact that his people ate and sacrificed rams. So, man, they didn't prove without a shot. They didn't prove anything tonight. It was horrible. It was a horrible showing for those brothers. Maybe they can come back tomorrow and do a better job, but tonight, it just wasn't their night. I land my plane with that. Thank you, Sister Napa.
Thank you so much for joining. Thanks to everybody. Easy Bands, I'm gonna let you come back in at the end, and I feel like you need to maybe try to
clear something up too, just for a second, if I could.
I feel like y'all kind of getting
just
the brother.
15 seconds. 15 seconds.
He's been going long as every time he says
15 seconds. Wait, who said 15 seconds?
Can I have 15 seconds, please?
All right, get your 15 seconds, Reverend Green, but please remember, let's keep it respectful. Go ahead, let's hear from you.
Yes, this is a question for the panel and for all those in the live chat. Press 1 if you have an answer for it. How could something that feels so good be so evil?
Okay.
Right or wrong?
What?
No comment. Okay, listen.
What are we talking about?
Bro, that's what are you
he's
talking
about Christianity. What are you talking about? You're talking about African.
Okay.
What if it's your African spirituality? What if it's your Christianity? What if it's your Islam?
Putting the ones up.
How could something that feels so good be so evil?
What is that? How does that substantiate something being evil that it feels good? Like, that's stupid.
I know, because I like brush. I love to brush my teeth. I love the way it feels to brush my teeth and drink water. But no, I wouldn't say stupid though. I get where he's going, but that's a whole different show because people do things.
People like doing a lot of bad things that feels good and it's not.
And a lot of good things that feel good. But I get what you're saying. I gave you your 15
eating
seconds.
The cats, eating
listen,
the dogs.
Reverend Green, come back in. You did great. I hope you can keep it at this level of respectability. I want you to just come back on their next stream. We're going to be doing more of these. I think we need to hear from the rest of the panel because I know Rebel Ra and Suntan. Let me get Suntan because he wanted to leave anyway a long time ago. Suntan, thank you to everybody who joined. Suntan, Did they prove, did Easy Bands and Reverend Green prove that African spirituality and the practice system is evil?
Not
Do your
at all.
closeout, please.
Not at all. And peace to the panel, and I'm gonna wish y'all a good night. What they did prove was that they had a bias against another, something different that they didn't know too much about. That's the only thing that they proved, you know, and the bias is like looking in the mirror, you know, you throwing rocks at a glass house, because like the Abrahamic faith, which I was brought up in, it's a lot of mean stuff that goes on in there. You can call it evil. And I don't know nothing about Sister Genesis and Angola's thing. You know, that was all new to me. So I don't really go too much far out the box with all of these different kind of things, man. I just want to get my interpretation of, if y'all want to call it spirituality, that's what I call it. Just be good, and that's my definition. Be good and fight for justice, and don't let nobody run over you, because that's what's been happening to us in this whole our existence as a Black culture. We've been getting ran over, and we didn't ran to all these different denominations and all these different religions, and we don't want to be ourselves. We want to be with everybody else. And like I said, I'm a very dark person, and it's those people darker than me. But you find the most darkest people is the most prejudiced people, because they have been treated so bad just because of color. You got to understand the Abrahamic faith, and people don't want to admit this, y'all. I'm a watcher as well. The Abrahamic faith is dealing with a lot of white Christians who has a lot of money, man. So it's just a thing, whereas the Charlie Kirk funeral was full of money. There was a lot of white people, and guess what they stood up in the name of, Easy Band? Christ. So I just looked at that, a lot of things I look at and I say, wow, the Ku Klux Klan, they stand up in the name of Christ. Is that evil? So, it's subjective, man. And you didn't prove that the African spirituality was evil. It's just different. So I'll rest with that. And y'all keep that in mind, man.
Thank you.
Yep. I believe I'll rest there. And have a good
You
night.
did great.
Yeah,
you had a lot to add. I appreciated your presence as usual, Suntan. Thank you. Have a great night, Elder. I'm going to get to Rebel Raw, last but not least, and then Easy Bands. I got you.
Peace,
Okay.
y'all.
Yeah,
Peace.
man. Rebel
Good night, brother.
Rastafari.
Good
So blessed to the elder, same way. But as we say in Napar, we know where you stand with the Bible and everything. But the brethren from Zambia and Reverend, they didn't really put no evidence forth. But you could see their bias. You could see that they don't agree with that culture. But we got to understand that these things are not wicked. These things are not wicked at all. Before the European came in, these sects of people did that for thousands of years. They did not hurt the earth. They did not hurt themselves on that pretense. But if they had war and anything savage, they fight war, but they did not. I'm saying how people making it look like they use spirituality to harm others. We have charlatans all around the world who make the good things always look bad, because they're always trying to manipulate the weaker-minded people. And when I say manipulate, they want us to get away from what is originally ours, because we find out the same Europeans, they're still going down to Ghana and to Nigeria to see and to photograph and to document these so-called ceremonies. And the brethren Reverend that talking about the dog, where does culture, ceremony, spirituality draw the line? And I'm saying, so what we do in America, they don't do it over there. And what they do in India, they don't do it in China. So does that mean these people are bad, or they invoking their natural energy because that's how their culture is? You know what I'm saying? That's what they choose to do as a people to explain their existence. So we just dip on the HOK. We give you love every time. We got so much to say, but you know what I'm saying, lick of time. We give thanks to Napar and Sanetta. We give thanks to the fold that's out there listening and contributing every time. You don't know, one love every time. Blessed love Rastafari.
Wow, thank you so much, Rebel Ra. I appreciate your presence and your support. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let Easy Bands come back in, and Ngolo, Humble, Genesis. I'm just letting you know the reason I'm letting him back in because it looks like he did not stand on it according to the audience. I think the poll was at like 83% saying no. So just out of mercy, and you know, he is our brother. He is our brother. He get a beat down today, so I'm gonna let him come in. But if y'all want to jump in and you know say something, I'm not excluding you, but I'm gonna let him come in because he got beaten up. Go ahead, Easy Bands. Go ahead.
All right, man. So the poll did me dirty. It's all good, you know. I know it's a lot of anti-Christians in the building, but anyway. So Napa, if you could share my screen, I just want to show these guys that a lot of the stuff that I was bringing up is basically scholarly work that was talked that's recorded by scholars, right? Talking about the practitioners. They went and interviewed some of the voodoo priests and other practitioners that do this stuff, and that's where it's coming from. I don't know if my screen is sharing right now.
It is. It's sharing.
Nah, it shows the interview. I'm trying to see the exact Babalawo that they interviewed, so you can go.
So yeah. So I mean, this is basically scholarly, academic, peer-reviewed work that I'm showing you right now. I'll just read the abstract or just a few things. Using a qualitative approach, the study conducted semi-structured, in-depth interviews with 20 Ogun, who are priests, right? Living near the city of Cap
Haitian.
Yeah. Interviews highlight a sample of healers with little formal training who maintain beliefs and practices that differ significantly from current biomedical models. Ogun treat mental illness through a variety of means, including prayer and conjuring spirits, leaves for teas and baths, as well as a combination of perfumes, rum, human remains, and other powdered concoctions that are either imbibed or rubbed on the skin. So this is just to show you right here that they're treating. So I'll just continue reading right quick. The primary purpose of these treatments is to expel the spirits causing harm, yet they can often result in additional harm to the patient. And so this is just scholarly work that's recording what these people believe in. And this spiritual system, it involves spirits that like I keep telling these guys, but I don't know, it's not sinking for some reason. There are evil spirits that do evil things, dangerous things to humans, bring harm to humans that they can't control. Peer-to-peer. It allows for peer-to-peer, harm. So this is an incident where you have 20 Oguns, priests, basically talking about how they deal with mental illness and all these things that come from peer-to-peer and also from spirit to mankind harm. And then on top of that, you have another spirit called Seketa. Hold on. Is this Seketa or Sakpata? It's called the god. He's the god of smallpox. And this is just another example. This is a god of, what's that?
But that was not the thing you just found that recently. And this is only discussed. This is like a peer review discussion from a university discussing, or whatever this is coming from, discussing what their practices are and how they think that what their feelings are based on their study on how they are using African spirituality to treat mental illness. So trying to treat mental illness based on their practices, that's evil. When they're trying to,
what you're missing is what the priests are saying. The priests are saying that they're conjuring up priests and making concoctions with human remains, etc., in order to get rid of these spirits that are in these people. Now these spirits have come into these people from peer-to-peer harm, and then also from just the spirit itself causing harm towards the people. And I was about to read you another spirit.
You said the title is examining the etiology and treatment of mental illness among voodoo priests in northern Haiti. So this is talking about voodoo priests that are trying to treat people with mental illness with herbs and other concoctions.
No.
That's
Hey,
exactly
Genesis, can you read the last sentence of the paragraph?
Let me see
Read
what it
the
says.
last sentence of the paragraph, because it's making you know, even though that Ogun trying to make that cooperation through the biomedical sense, there is still a division between the two groups, because those people they're charlatans. They're not the real McCoy. They're tricking people. They're using wrong ingredients. They're using wrong medication. They're not the real McCoy. That's why if you read the last sentence down there, you
Right.
would
So,
see what it said.
yeah. It
So it
says,
says,
findings suggest that while Ugan are willing to collaborate with biomedical practitioners, significant barriers remain preventing cooperation between these two groups. So this is them trying to figure out how to get them to stop using their herbal thing
yes,
and get into
yes,
using psychological and the white pills to
yeah.
treat the mental illness that's going on in the community. So they're used to using herbs. And these people are looking down on that and saying, no, that's not right. They should be using something else. It's causing harm, and they're saying, no, this is how we heal
What
the
are the
mental.
priests? What are the
So
priests
that's
saying
exactly
wrong
why.
with the people?
But what you were talking about is an evil spirit that is
What are
like
the
going
priests?
out and
What
coming in
are
and
the
putting
priests saying?
people.
Trying to say something, Genesis. He's trying to say something to you.
What are the priests saying is causing evil? I mean, causing harm to the person.
The concoction they made.
What is
Genesis,
the
he's
priest?
asking you
The
a
Ogun.
question, sis.
The Ogun
I don't
here.
know. I can't even read the whole thing. It's very small.
So I said,
Oh,
I asked
enlarge
you,
it.
what are the Ogun saying is wrong with the people? That they're making concoctions, including human remains and other teas that they should bathe in or rub on their skin. Why are they doing this?
So it says Ugan treat mental illness through a variety of means, including prayer and conjuring of spirits, leaves for teas and baths, as well as combining of perfumes, rum, and conjuring of and human remains, or whatever that is, and other powdered concoctions that are either imbibed or rubbed on the skin. The primary purpose of these treatments is to expel the spirit causing harm. So, so if a person is trying to expel a spirit causing harm, why is that an evil thing? That the person is trying to help the person that is having a bad mental illness. It says, yes, there can often result in additional harm to the patient. Findings suggest that while Ugan are willing, but here's the thing: this is a biased paper here, because this is talking about that they should be using. So they're saying that instead of them trying to do this, they need to be taking pills. That's what it sounds like. Instead they're trying to figure out a way to get them to come together with the pharmaceutical aspect of things versus using their herbs and their practices. That's what you're not reading.
The point is that
the abstract of it all.
Well, he has no leg to stand on though, because
Right, Ngola, go ahead. I'm gonna let Ngolo come in, easy bands, and then you respond to both of them because I didn't want you to get beaten up more. I was trying to let you come in. I love messing with you because you're a great sport. But let Ngolo come in, and then we're gonna let easy bands go ahead, have a last word. Thank you everybody for the poll. Thanks everybody for joining. Once again, we did a great show. I couldn't have done it without all of you. Go ahead, Ngolo. And then we'll bring
again,
Easy
like
back in.
he has no leg to stand on, because it's just like, if somebody utilizes something in regards to the spirit, if somebody, the quote unquote spirits, if somebody utilizes something and they've been directed not to do it in a negative manner, and then they still go on to utilize that, and then you ascribe that to the quote unquote spiritual system. But then on the other hand, you say people utilize Christianity when the Bible clearly tells them don't do the said things that are performed, and you say that that's not Christianity, that's humans. You're being contradictory when you don't use the same logic, and when the logic's still applicable. And in regards to the source that you said that you brought up, I clearly asked you to provide a Ishe Babalabo that's saying this stuff. This is in Haiti, brother. This is not Ishe. So this the dude is all over he's been all over the place in the entire night. I'll let somebody else talk.
Oh my gosh! Come
Also, just
on.
I just
Hey,
read this.
that's why.
I can see here
In
the
the
thing.
Damn!
He read this from a certain point, but if you read it from the top, what was happening in this study is that they were saying that these people believe that there's a spirit going on with the person with a mental illness, and that they're trying to get them. They're using qualitative approach. The study conducted semi-structured, in-depth interviews 20 Ugan living near the city in Cap Haitian. Interviews highlight a sample of healers with little formal training who maintain beliefs and practices that differ significantly from current biomedical models. So what they're trying to do is that they're trying to say, okay, you guys are using this versus when you should be using that. And that they feel like it's causing more harm to the patient versus them taking some Zyprexa or some kind of it's not a spirit that's harming this person. That the Haitian person says, "Oh, well, this is they're dealing with a spirit." Well, no, they're mentally ill, and they should be taking some Zoloft or something like that.
So
That's what that study is about. So that had nothing to do with what you said earlier when you were saying that these spirits were doing harm to people, and the Bible allows even said it themselves. You're using a paper over here that have nothing to do with what you said earlier. And if you go back on into the chat, you'll rewind the tape. You were talking about the fact that it was Bob Allows that were saying that things were harmful and this, that, the other. And right here, you're talking about a thing where they're trying to get the Haitian people to take Zoloft. This is not the same thing.
Okay. Thank you, Genesis. I want to
But
thank
we
Easy
all,
Bands. I will say this. Well, who is that? Who is that talking?
Nick, we always need to understand too, in the lack of education, superstition stands prominent. You know what I'm saying? Superstition is king. So with the lack of education, with the lack of those people knowing what practical science was, that's why they tell you there was a division between Ogud and the biochemical process of the people, because they did not understand the proper use of science and how to utilize these ingredients. Just like the FDA came in and had to put in labels and all that stuff before they were selling elixirs right there in the United States. And the FDA come in and, you know, right now you got to put your labels on your bottle and all of that stuff. So, but at the end of the day, a lot of people got played. And that is what we've seen on the other side of the world also. A lot of people is just crushing up bones and, you know, doing weird things and having dolls and making it look spooky and weird and have your emotion caught up in the thing. So if you buy it, then at the end of the day, you're the fool. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Don't get bought by these Christian people who's trying to make our culture look like, you know what I'm saying, the bad people. We know that we have been harnessing energy from day one. You know what I'm saying? Odolomare, the ocean god, the Yoruba god, they're not coming to my head right now, but all of these people, they represent something, and they don't represent something out of us. They represent something within us, something we need to standardize, something we need to sharpen, something we need to get within and understand the ethers, the energy around us. Ethers going complex because, you know, it's a weird word in science. But at the end of the
Let me
day,
ask you, Rebel Ra, because are you an atheist? I don't know if I asked you that before.
no, I'm an atheist, and I'm more like agnostic. Prove God, and then I'll be like,
Okay.
yo, I bow down. But if you cannot prove him right now, I am the
So
God.
I know
you know?
you're very scientific. So with you, if we had to make, because this is a totally different topic that I'm going to bring up, if we had to make a distinction between you standing in science, then it would actually ironically put Easy Bands and Golo and Genesis in the same on the same side versus you, how you feel about science, correct?
Well, I support science, and I'm open-minded because I go with the information, I go with the knowledge. So, you know what I'm saying, if science, because I've proven to my professors that the mitochondrial gene is foreign to the cell. How did it become the powerhouse? And he told me that he would have gotten a Nobel Prize if he knew what that happened. So I know science have its limitation. I'm not a fool to that. You know what I'm saying? So I go in with, as I say, countless information. Nothing is too much. So I don't lean on the fact that I go with my ancestors. I'm going with God if he exists. But for right now, seeing that there's no proof of him, but there's proof of nature, that nature exists. Because every time people try to show God, they try to show God. You see the trees, you see this. Yeah, I see the trees, but I don't see God. You know what I'm saying? I see the tree dropping a seed and growing itself and replenishing itself. You know what I'm saying? So I'm with science, I'm with nature, I'm with so-called the spirituality, but I'm from a point where this is our creation story, this is our principal story, but at the end of the day, it doesn't stand all the time in a physical sense, like, Joe, you trying to put Jesus. It took hundreds of years to create Jesus. So Jesus is not even real. You know, it took hundreds of years.
You say
countless of
Jesus isn't
councils.
real, but then you say you're okay with the Orishas.
I'm okay, but I don't put in them like it's a guy who walk on the earth or
I got
something.
you.
I'm putting it in the sense of the ocean, the waters, the air. You know what I'm saying? The sun, the moon.
I hear you.
These are the Orishas
Okay.
we represent with, not no little guy with no dress or no little hoodie or, you know what I'm saying? We're not looking at it in that physical sense. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Rebel Raw. I want to go ahead and close out. I say thank you to everybody once again, Easy Bands, and to everyone. I think like we talked, there was a moment in the build that was great when we all shared our personal. You know, you can't tell your personal business too much on this internet because we have a lot of strange things. But when we kind of gave people an insight onto our walk, our individual walk. So first you do have to focus on, and then there was something, I forget who said it yesterday. It was good where they said, I think it was Humble. He said, or maybe it was in Golo. Somebody said something about the best way to do the least amount of harm. Was that you in Golo?
Yeah, reduce human suffering, reduce animal. Because I shouldn't have made the distinction between animals and humans because we are animals. But yeah,
You said
reduce
animals.
animal
No,
suffering.
you said animal. You said
No,
animals.
but I made a distinction. I said humans and animal suffering.
I got you, and I love that.
I want to end
Yeah, I'm almost. I'm going to hand it over to you, Genesis. I love that statement right there. If I had to take anything, they say you can only take one thing in life and follow it. Reduce the suffering. And then if we all did that, imagine we wouldn't even be fighting or condemning each other for, you know, what they do and how they deal with the conceptualization of their, you know, their spirituality and their God. So reduce the suffering. Awesome. That's a really great, that was a great statement for 2026, Ngolo. All right, Genesis. Go ahead. And then I really am going to close out.
Okay, so I got two things I want to explain about at least Ifa and Orisha culture, and I want to break it down because what Ben said is that we don't have any structure or any rules, and there are all these people. It's just no structure, no rules at all. We just running around here willy nilly. All right, so let's go with the main tenet of the Yoruba concept is called Iwapwele, meaning gentle character or good character, representing the highest ideal of personal conduct, emphasizing qualities like respect, humility, kindness, and integrity as essential for spiritual and personal success. Far beyond mere obedience to rules, it's about developing inner beauty, treating others and nature with consideration, defining a truly beautiful and wise person, Omu Luabi in Yoruba culture and Ifa tradition. So let's go. The next thing I want to show is, because they say, well, we don't have any tenets, right? Okay. The 16 truths of Ifa. There is a single God. There is no devil. Except for the day that you were born and the day that you were supposed to die, there is no single event in your life that cannot be forecast by Ifa and when necessary changed. 4, it is your birthright to be happy, successful, and fulfilled. 5, you should grow and obtain wisdom during the process of life. 6, you are reborn through your blood relatives. 7, heaven or Orun is home and earth is the marketplace. We are in constant passages between the two. 8, you are part of the universe in a literally, not figurative way. 9, you must never initiate harm to another human being. 10, you must never attempt to harm the universe in which you are part of. 11, your temporal and spiritual capacities must work together. 12, you are born with a specific path. Your goal is to travel it. Divination provides a roadmap. 13, our ancestors exist and must be honored. 14, sacrifice guarantees success. 15, Orishas live within us. 16, you need have no fear. And there you go. So I just wanted to end with that.
So yeah, when it comes to, and to be honest with you, none of you guys touched on the topics that I basically brought on. You've all just danced around everything that I was saying. I was basically I talked about, let's remember, I talked about the spirits, right? The ones that are uncontrollable, the ones that are dangerous, that cause harm, sickness, disease, etc. to people, the ones that have to be managed by priests. I talked about that. No response on that. You feel me? You guys have just been.
No, you act like people don't get sickness or disease in general.
We did address that. That's a lie. You're lying. We did address that. You're lying.
Then on top of that, the second thing that I brought up was the ase with the wee
I
wee
think
versus the
Ashe is this means power. That's just all it means.
Yeah.
To do easy band.
Then you have
Easy
the
bands and
that was supposed to end with that. He wasn't supposed to have no
Oh,
additional
Lord. Girl.
You just never touched on them.
You already
I
know I want
did.
to close out.
Did
Hey,
you touch
listen,
on the
everybody.
ase wee wee?
Yes,
Easy
you
band.
don't. You don't listen, man. That's the problem, bro. It's been frustrating having conversation with you because you don't listen.
Do you want to do a debate? Do you guys want to get together? Listen on the screen, real quick, Easy Bands. I don't mean to cut you or Genesis or anybody off, but Sonnetter's flashing the end sign. I want to tell you, shout out to Sonnetter for the House of Consciousness. This is a place where I hear a lot of people saying that this helped them on their journey. But Ngolo, Easy Bands, I think you guys do need to do a debate. Maybe we could get you in and do a face-off where then it is very structured for both of you, and then you have to take the time, your specific time. Think about that, because I think that would be a great debate. All right. All right. What you gonna say? You are with it? You're with it? Yes?
Yeah, it don't matter. That's gonna be easy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm down. Yeah.
And Genesis, we want to get a debate.
Did Reverend Greenback want to do a double debate? You want to get Reverend or somebody else to come with you?
That might be good. That might be a good idea, like a team debate. What? We'll get Black Sage in here. He's in the ICU right now from last night.
And Easy Bands, I'm gonna let them go. Because I think Ngolo, because he been talking real mess about Ngolo, and he got like the smoke for Ngolo for some reason.
No, but I mean, it would be easy because he's not gonna directly address anything, and then he's gonna have he's not gonna listen. So
okay, y'all. Thank you so much.
So look,
go ahead. Last word, Easy Bands.
Right. I'm gonna show the people.
We keep getting the last word.
I'm gonna show
because let me tell you why he's getting the last word. Right. I have compassion for people when they're getting, beaten up and dragged. I don't just want to see the brother. I'm letting him at least have a word. Okay.
Well, this is about me responding, not about him.
I was almost gonna help you, Easy Bands, but I said no. I have to stay neutral today. Go ahead.
No, I'm good. I'm good with it. You know what I'm saying? So look, like I said, they haven't really touched on the topics that I brought up with the I say wee wee versus wewe, where the wee wee part is just as much a part of the belief system, and this is the part that contains the destructive, the aggressive, and the harmful aspect of I say, right? It's part of the whole belief system, and that's what they're running from. I showed you guys about the spirits. The spirits are also malevolent, I think that's the word, where they cause harm to people. They're responsible for things like smallpox, death, famine, etc., etc., etc. And I'm showing y'all, the spirits don't have a moral code. They don't have an ethical code like we think of it. All right. That's why the Bible tells us not to deal with these spirits. And even the priests themselves would tell you, stay away from some of these spirits.
Okay, that's enough.
You just
Yeah.
contradict
You're going too
yourself.
long. They're
And
gonna have to come in.
come
All
on,
right,
see?
we're gonna do a part 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll do.
Let Ngola talk about Ashe and get the real, because he's lying, bro. That's not right. He's lying about
Okay. Listen. You gonna make Genesis kick something in her house or punch a hole in the wall.
You know my head reaches. Oh yeah, I don't play
Hey,
that.
Nepal.
Yes, we're looking. We got a debate coming up. I'm gonna let Rebel Ra. Please, everybody, if you want to say something, take 10 seconds and no more, because I have the chief executive breathing down my neck. The commander in chief. He said, "End it."
Supposed to be my
I want to ask Nepal is.
I want.
Let me just say thank you. I'm about to jump
Okay,
up.
Genesis, we're gonna set it up. Let's let Rebel Ra 10 seconds. Go ahead, Rebel Ra. I'm gonna close this out.
Hey, Nepal, I want to ask you. I want to ask you. Do you subscribe to Anatomy from anointing Christ standpoint? The Jacob ladder, all the story there. You know what I'm saying? From your pituitary glands, hypothalamus going down to your sacrum, going back up. Do you prescribe to that anatomy kind of esoteric?
Yeah, I can look into. Yes,
Okay.
I do, and we can talk about that definitely. Thank you for that question. That's a great question. And now everybody, look at the screen. All right, we got debaters in here. This was a wonderful show. I loved it. I loved the energy. Easy Bands, Ngolo, Humble, Genesis, Suntan, Reverend Green, Rebel Ra. There was somebody else. Dang, I hate forgetting people, but everyone who joined. Oh, Rakufu, thank you so much for getting in here and making the show great. We have Sonetter versus Black Sage. Yes, they're going to be debating. It's coming up. Sonetter's what is it? Magnum is that magnum opus, I should say. His main topic that he's been honing in on and refining is God of the Bible Wicked. Black Sage is going to come in and beat him up according to Black Sage, but Sonetter says there's no way. Y'all look forward to that coming. And for now, I'm going to close it down. And thank you, everybody, for tuning into the House of Consciousness. This is the HOK Coliseum. And it is, what is it, Rebel Rock? It's the what?
It's the House of Consciousness and the toughest environment you can ever be in, you know?
I know that's right. I see. We needed that soundbite from you. Say it again.
I say it's the House of Consciousness. This is the toughest environment you could ever be in.
Thank you.
Wow.
Peace, everybody.
Peace.
The HOK is the toughest environment. Enter at your own risk. The HOK is the toughest environment. Enter at your own risk.
Yo, I grew up where the air hung heavy and thick. Every corner a battlefield. Gotta be quick, street light, neon sound. In the toughest environment, feet on the ground. I talk fluent in the silent language that the broken walls speak. This is a fortress of steel. When iPad speaks, no escape from HOK. This is real. Before you come in here, you better know the deal.
Carry the whole block's weight in my soul. Born from the cinder block, ashes, people are cool. The toughest environment is me. Built from the concrete, the toughest environment is a net. When you step into the Coliseum, we gon' see them. The ancient of the days, artifact in the museum, yeah. Enter at your own risk.
Don't be like a little bitch.
Oh mama, enter at your own risk.
Don't be like a little bitch.
Yeah, this way it goes down, down. Try to win, you gotta have tough skin.
The concrete freeze like ice. Israelites cool-blooded, think twice, The air cuts like a scalpel. Survival ain't a choice, it's a physical grapple. With the street lights blink, judgment in the shadows hold a price. Grew callous over fear, paid my dues in pure sacrifice.
Shout out to all those that support this shadow. Special days to you. Without you there is no me.
Check.
Yeah, go.